representatives who are physically present in the Assembly Hall will be made from the national seats. With the assistance of the occupational safety and health representatives, the President will oversee the implementation of the mitigation measures in the course of the proceedings. If at any moment it appears that the guidelines are not being strictly observed, the President will have no choice but to draw the attention of delegates to these guidelines or even suspend or adjourn the meeting as needed. Furthermore, I would like to remind delegates attending this meeting that under the new COVID-19 contact tracing, existing building access cards are being used to record presence of attendees in the meeting rooms. In addition to swiping cards to gain access to the United Nations headquarters premises, delegates and UN personnel are also requested to swipe access cards at the entrance of the conference rooms. The information collected will only be used in case of a need for COVID-19 contact tracing and not for any other purpose. The data will be held for a maximum of 28 days. I thank you for your cooperation.
crowd. I call to order the informal dialogue with the candidate for the position of the United Nations Secretary General. The General Assembly, in paragraph 42 of Resolution 69-321 of 11th of September 2015, decided to conduct informal dialogues with candidates for the position of Secretary General, without prejudice to any candidate who does not participate, thus contributing to the transparency and inclusivity of the process. The informal interactive dialogues provide an opportunity for candidates to present their vision on challenges and opportunities faced by the United Nations and for member states to ask questions and interact with them. As announced in a letter dated 26th of February 2021, which the President of the Security Council and I jointly circulated on the selection process, we have received from Portugal the nomination of Mr. Antonio Guterres for reappointment to the position of the Secretary General. His vision statement has been circulated to all member states in my letter dated 25th of March 2021 and has been posted on my website dedicated to the selection and appointment of the Secretary General. As reflected in my letter dated 26th of April 2021, the dialogue will begin with an introduction by the candidate of his vision and priorities, up to 10 minutes, followed by an interactive exchange and will last up to 3 hours. Member states are encouraged to ask concise questions in line with the interactive nature of the dialogue, with interventions not exceeding 2 minutes for individual delegations and 3 minutes for groups. Interventions from member states will be on a first-come, first-served basis, bearing in mind requests from groups. Delegations wishing to request the floor are invited to do so by pressing the microphone button before them. Member states speaking on behalf of groups are invited to approach the list of speakers table and will be given priority. To assist speakers to observe the time limit, their microphone will start blinking when the time limit has elapsed. In view of the limited time available, I urge you to respect the time limits in order to hear as many questions as possible. The candidate will be given the opportunity to respond to questions at regular intervals. The candidate will also have the opportunity to respond to questions from civil society and other stakeholders selected from questions received through the website of the President of the General Assembly prior to the dialogues. I will now ask Mr. Antonio Guterres to select 6 numbers which correspond to 6 questions to which he will be asked to respond during the dialogue.
This one, sir.
Who is it?
Yes. Okay.
Thank you. I now give the floor to His Excellency Antonio Guterres to present his vision statement.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity to engage with you as a candidate for the position of the Secretary-General of the United Nations. I am grateful to the Government of Portugal for having nominated me again. Let me start by saying that it has been an immense honor to serve as your Secretary-General. I'm deeply grateful for the trust you placed in me and for your support throughout. It was a challenging period for the United Nations. After considering it carefully, including with my family in December, I indicated to you that I would be available for a second term should this be the wish of member states. As requested at the end of March, I shared with you my vision statement for the next 5 years of the United Nations. I am not going to repeat what is stated there. Instead, I would like to share with you a more personal testimony of why I am a candidate. Some of you have heard me talk about the biblical parable of the talents. It reminds us how important it is to put to good use the opportunities we have been given. All my life, I have been very fortunate. From my upbringing, the education I received, the people I met, my family and friends, to the responsibilities I have been entrusted with. These gifts are not mine. They must be shared. I ask myself every day if I have done what I can with the cards I've been dealt, like the talents in the parable. And I feel extremely grateful for these extraordinary opportunities. And I know how important it is to honor them in the service of humanity, for a bigger purpose, and with utmost humility. We exist to serve people, and we work as one for the benefit of all. That has guided my whole life. This was no doubt the result of my early years spent in a dictatorship, experiencing as a young man the Carnation Revolution in Portugal and working for the emerging democracy in my own country. My decision to go into politics and serve in public office was made when, as a student volunteer, I experienced firsthand the suffering in the slums of Lisbon and how it degraded people and left them without hope. I felt the urge to fight for a better world, to overcome inequality, poverty, and ensure people are free and have access to opportunities. Serving as Prime Minister, I continue to be guided by this unwavering commitment to people, particularly to those at risk of being left behind. I also gained practical experience of how to turn that commitment into practice at scale. And I saw that if we come together and believe in change, we can literally move mountains. Later, as I Commissioner for Refugees, I was confronted with some of the most vulnerable people on earth. Visiting war zones and refugee settlements, I witnessed time and again the upending of lives caused by violence and serious human rights abuses. But I also saw the deep resilience of the human spirit and of our bonds with each other. Being at the helm of UNHCR was a fantastic experience, but also an immense frustration. While we delivered protection and humanitarian relief to millions of people, our response was palliative, remedial. It could not deal with the underlying causes that led to the suffering in the first place. There are no humanitarian solutions to humanitarian problems. The solution is always political. And it was this drive that led me to become a candidate for the position of Secretary-General 5 years ago. It was then when the idea was born to dedicate my energy to working on addressing the root causes of war and the development of violence, to creating the conditions in which people could prosper and thrive. Not only because it's the right thing to do, but also the smart thing to do. I was also struck by how much everything is interrelated, laying bare the fragilities of our world. The climate crisis, environmental degradation, inequalities, cyber attacks, nuclear proliferation, a pushback on human rights, and other existential risks. Understanding megatrends and connecting the dots remain as relevant today as they were at the time. We have made important progress over the years, but a lot more needs to be done. And I have kept asking myself, what is the key to restoring trust and inspiring hope, especially now when we have reached such a fragile moment? It seems to me that we need to overcome some of the legacies from the 20th century and a number of present contradictions. First, I remember the 90s. I was Prime Minister at the time. The world was riding a wave of optimism. The Cold War had ended, and there was a widely held belief that the future would deliver a peaceful, stable world with economic growth and prosperity for all. Some even went so far as to describe this as the end of history. But the end of the Cold War was not the end of history. On the contrary, when the old order melted away, history came back with a vengeance. Hidden contradictions and tensions resurfaced, new wars multiplied and old ones reignited, and lack of clarity in power relations led progressively to greater unpredictability and impunity. Conflicts have become more complex than ever before, and the toll on people and countries has been enormous. Second, there was the illusion that globalization would lift and resolve everything, that economies would grow forever, and that remarkable technological progress would improve the lives of everyone. But as we know today, globalization, technological progress, and economic systems that build on endless consumption and ignore social cohesion, sustainable development, and well-being have also contributed to growing inequalities, creating divides, notably in the digital area, and wreaking havoc with nature and the climate. It is not surprising that some people have lost trust in political establishments, both in the ballot box and on the streets. Today's marches against racism were preceded by widespread protests against inequality, discrimination, corruption, and lack of opportunities all over the world, notably for women, young people, and the poor. Grievances that still need to be addressed. To that end, I've called for a renewed social contract. Excellence.
Your Excellencies, the COVID-19 pandemic has only strengthened the need for a new social contract. It has affected everyone, everywhere, and it is exactly the type of global challenge that the United Nations was created for. The United Nations launched a coordinated response, health, humanitarian, and the social and economic spheres, and the delivery of a vaccine is a scientific exploit. And for these reasons, our determination to make the vaccine and other treatments accessible to everyone across the world should not weaken. This is a priority and an absolute priority. As Jean Monnet said, what is important at a time like this is not to be either optimistic or pessimistic, but to be determined. And I think sincerely that we are at a juncture in history where we can reverse the situation, bring together people and countries, and mobilize the entire world around a common cause. And I notice that the premise of an awareness has to be made to tackle the challenges, and these must be followed by actions, and the United Nations must play a key role. Whereas the world has changed radically, the vision of the Charter has resisted the test of years, and it offers us a normative framework to provide responses, and it is a guide for the world emerging from the pandemic. Often the United Nations has succeeded in countering conflicts, but it's obvious that the complicity of the conflicts have outstripped the solutions that we have. And since my office, one of my priorities is to personally try to prevent or mitigate these crises, for example, especially Libya, Syria, Yemen, and the list goes on. In a world strewn with regional conflicts, proxy wars, endless conflicts and terrorism, it's obvious that these efforts are not always in the headlines, but they will remain a key element of my work. The COVID-19 pandemic, I am sure, will silence the doubts as to whether we need to prevent rather than cure, but prevention in all its aspects, that is to say conflicts, climate change, pandemics and poverty, or even inequalities, especially when it comes to gender, remain a central challenge today.
We also face a number of contradictions. One such paradox is that despite greater connectivity, societies are becoming more fragmented within themselves and each other and globally. More and more people live within their own echo chambers. They are lured by misinformation, populism, extremism, xenophobia, and racism. We live in a kind of post-enlightenment area that has nurtured irrational, even nihilistic belief systems, spreading fear, denying science and truth. I've also warned about the dangers of the new geostrategic divide and dysfunctional power relations, making international cooperation infinitely more difficult at a time when we need it most. We must at all costs avoid a new type of Cold War. And we must overcome the false dichotomy between national sovereignty and human rights, forging a holistic view of all human rights, their indivisibility and their universality. The best antidote to all of these is rekindling a shared commitment to fundamental values. And this requires the Secretary-General to maximize the unique convening power of the UN, to redouble efforts for the surge in diplomacy for peace, to foster trust, build confidence, identify areas of convergence, mediate in good faith, and constantly bring people together. Excellencias.
Your Excellencies, while we prepare for the common agenda from the 75th anniversary of the United Nations, I bears reminding everyone that the multilateral post-war agreements have been successful. We have saved millions of lives, and we have taken forward the human condition, and we have avoided the Third World War. Delegates of San Francisco in 1945, after experiencing a global pandemic, depression, and war, took advantage of the opportunity to build something better and newer. We are doing the same thing today, and if I am elected, my commitment will be to deliver everything in full. At this decisive moment, we must strengthen multilateralism so that it can function as it was conceived of by its founders, and we are now needing to rise to the challenges. We must ensure that international cooperation is carried out effectively, and this becomes the norm in an increasingly interconnected world where global public goods will be seen as in our common interest. We must work together to precisely define those areas that may need enhancements when it comes to governance. We must continue being faithful to our efforts to undertake reform and to continually improve the UN so it's nimble and can respond to the current and future challenges.
An intergovernmental organization, but it can only benefit from bringing others to the table. Civil society, cities, the private sector, and young people are essential voices that must be heard. Like those who drafted the Charter, we must look at today's injustices, their roots, and the suffering they engender. We need to be aware of how power plays out in today's world when it comes to the distribution of resources and technology. A stark reminder is what has and has not been possible in the response to the pandemic, when it comes to vaccines or acting in solidarity with those underserved or struggling communities and countries. It is up to us to rise to the test of this pivotal moment for our future. I strongly believe this momentum is unstoppable. And as regards my own role, as I said when I was appointed Secretary General, it must be all the service of all member states equally and with no agenda but one anchored in the Charter of the United Nations. We are at a fragile moment, and it is absolutely clear to me that today's complex challenges can only inspire a humble approach, one in which the Secretary General alone neither has all the answers nor seeks to impose his views, one in which the Secretary General supports member states and relevant stakeholders to lead the necessary changes and makes his good offices available, working as a convener, a mediator, a bridge builder, and an honest broker to help find solutions that benefit everyone involved and to overcome the challenges and contradictions that I have mentioned earlier. The Secretary General must feel every day the acute responsibilities of the office, guided by the Charter, and making human dignity and peace with nature, including for future generations, the core of our common work and endeavor. In short, to be able to continue where we started over 4 years ago, I stand before you in all humility to say that I would be deeply honored if you were to entrust me with the responsibilities of the second term, and I thank you.
I thank His Excellency Antonio Guterres for his statement. I now open the floor for interventions by Member States. Member States are reminded to be concise, not exceeding 2 minutes for individual delegations and 3 minutes for groups. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Algeria on behalf of the Non-Aligned Movement, followed by Costa Rica on behalf of the ACT Group, El Salvador, also on behalf of Slovakia, Australia on behalf of MICTA, Sweden, on behalf of the Nordic countries. The floor is Algeria's.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the honor to speak on behalf of the non-aligned movement. NAM welcomes, Mr. Secretary General, your readiness to serve a second term and your commitment to engage with Member States in a transparent and inclusive process. On this occasion, NAM wishes to commend you for your leadership during the ongoing global health crisis, as well as the UN personnel worldwide, reaffirming the relevance of the United Nations as an enduring symbol of peace, multilateralism, and international cooperation. We thank you for your vision statement outlining your priorities for the next 5 years, encompassing existing challenges and some of the most critical and pressing global issues ranging from the response to COVID-19 pandemic to peace and security challenges, climate action, and SDGs implementation. NAM wishes to raise the following questions. NAM remains committed to supporting multilateralism in accordance with international law and the principles and purposes of the United Nations Charter. The COVID-19 pandemic, in particular, the most immediate challenge of ensuring universal, equitable, and affordable access to safe and effective vaccines, unveiled fundamental shortcomings of the multilateral system and underscored the need for enhanced and reinvigorated multilateralism adaptable to the emerging challenges. How do you think multilateralism could be strengthened on the basis of international law and the UN Charter? And how can we rebuild trust in our organization to achieve our shared objectives and fulfill the aspirations of our people for peace and development? Regional organizations have unique knowledge and wisdom that the UN can learn and take benefit from. How do you see the current state of play regarding cooperation between the UN and regional organizations? And what is your strategy to further bolster it? In the same vein, how the work of the Office of the Secretary General with different regional groups, such as NAM, could be strengthened. Despite the best effort of the United Nations to deliver on all its mandates, a long-standing critic of the organization which persists is that it has no teeth and is therefore unable to enforce mandates and decisions as contained in its resolutions. What is your assessment of the critic, and what role do you believe that Member States can play in ensuring the delivery of tangible results by the organization? NAM supports your commitment and the progress made towards reaching gender parity across the UN system. What is your strategy to ensure equal and fair distribution based on geographical balance across all the UN leadership and staff categories? And I thank you, Mr. Chair.
I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Costa Rica on behalf of the ACT Group.
Mr. President, I have the honor to speak on behalf of the Accountability, Coherence, and Transparency Group, ACT. ACT would like to thank the President of the General Assembly for convening and organizing this informal and interactive dialogue with incumbent Secretary General Antonio Guterres. We welcome his decision to run for a second term and at the same time to embrace the practice of presenting vision statements and General Assembly dialogues with the membership. This year's selection and appointment process marks a historic occasion. Today, Dialogues heralds the first successful implementation of the transformational reforms which open up the Secretary General's selection and appointment process in 2015-2016, including meaningful civil society participation. And therefore, we would strongly encourage Secretary General Guterres to address the questions by civil society throughout the meeting. ACT recalls the commitments made in Resolution 73341 to continue to explore possible steps to strengthen the process. In this regard, in 2017, we published lessons learned from the 2015-2016 process, document A72514 as 2017-846, and we released a non-paper on 9 February 2021. ACT encourages additional opportunities for civil society interactions with the incumbent candidate, as well as with any potential candidates that may be presented by a member state prior to the Security Council's deliberations. While we applaud the Secretary General's achievements in reaching gender parity in senior UN appointments and appreciate the progress made in terms of improving a more regionally balanced and representative UN system, there remains a persistent perception that certain senior appointments are monopolized by nationals of certain countries. In line with Resolution 46232, which states that there should not be monopoly by nationals of any state with regard to appointments to any senior post, and in accordance with relevant charter provisions, moving forwards, how will the Secretary General ensure the exercise of independent, diverse, and merit-based selection of all UN officials? Also, in our dialogue with you as a candidate in 2016, ACT asked you about your emphasis on prevention and your suggestion that the SG should use his good offices and mediation ability as a broker for peace. Can you give us an example of how you have done so in your current term as SG? I thank you.
I give the floor to the distinguished representative of El Salvador, also on behalf of Slovakia.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I have the honor to address you today on behalf of the co-chairs of the Special Working Group on the revitalization of the work of the General Assembly of the United Nations, the permanent missions of Slovakia and El Salvador. I wanted to stress the very critical progress made by the special group during its past sessions, which enabled us to make the process for selecting the Secretary General of the United Nations more inclusive and effective, and the interactive informal dialogue that we're engaging in today, as provided for in the resolution of the General Assembly 169-331, is an example of how member states built consensus towards more inclusivity. Mr. Secretary General, in your vision statement, you recognize that the institutions should be more dynamic and evolve so that they can address increasingly complex issues. You also underscore that the current challenges require a readjusted multilateralism that is fit for this era based on equity and solidarity, as well as the act that we need to act as a catalyst and a platform for a more interconnected, inclusive, and effective multilateralism. Now, based on this, Mr. Secretary General, I would like to ask the following questions. What are the key elements that you would promote in the second term of office to improve the work of the organization, considering the COVID-19 challenges, and more specifically, the lessons learned? And how would you involve the work of the United Nations with other stakeholders and build broader partnerships, considering the persistent challenges stemming from multilateralism and access to digital technologies? Thank you very much.
I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Australia on behalf of MICTA.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I have the privilege to address this Assembly today on behalf of MICTA, Mexico, Indonesia, the Republic of Korea, Turkey and Australia. At the outset, Mr. President, our delegations would like to thank you for convening this informal dialogue with members of the General Assembly. We welcome efforts by your office to retain the informal dialogue, which is a critical element and was a critical element of the 2016 selection process and an important forum, regardless of incumbency. To you, Mr. Secretary General, on behalf of MICTA, we would like to express our collective appreciation for your significant contributions to the United Nations and multilateral diplomacy over the course of your first term. We recognise that the past year has placed an unprecedented strain on the UN and its staff, and we are grateful for your leadership throughout this challenging period. We would also like to take this opportunity to welcome your vision statement, Restoring Trust and Inspiring Hope. In our view, the statement captures the complex and interconnected challenges currently facing the international community and clearly articulates the role of the UN in addressing them. Mr. Secretary-General, turning now to our question. In your vision statement, you talk about the need to mount a massive and enduring response to the COVID-19 pandemic and its consequences. It's no secret that timely and equitable access to vaccines will be critical to this response. However, according to Gavi, an additional US $2 billion is needed this year to finance and secure up to 1.8 billion donor-funded vaccine doses. Noting the current underfunding of the COVAX facility, how would you, in your second term as Secretary-General, rally international support for COVAX, and how would you help foster greater public trust in vaccine safety and efficacy to assist the global rollout? Thank you.
I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Sweden on behalf of the Nordic countries.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I have the honor to speak on behalf of the 5 Nordic countries. We'd like first to thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity for this interactive dialogue and the continuation of a transparent and inclusive process for the selection of an appointment of the UN Secretary General. The Nordic countries warmly welcome Antonio Guterres' decision to run for a second term. We fully support his willingness to engage in this process and welcome his vision statement. We fully support his call for putting a revitalized, comprehensive and overarching prevention agenda front and center in all we do. We also share his emphasis on the need for urgent climate action, for tackling climate change as a driver for conflict, as well as his commitment to addressing the rising inequalities and promoting human rights and gender equality. The follow-up to the UN 75 declaration through the forthcoming Our Common Agenda report will be key for multilateralism ahead in working together to recover from the pandemic and to achieve the goals set out in the Agenda 2030. The Nordic countries would like to pose the following questions. In his vision statement, Antonio Guterres emphasizes the need to act for more inclusive, networked and effective forms of multilateralism. Could he elaborate on how he, as Secretary General, wants to lead the UN to be relevant and capable to handle new global challenges? And could he share his views on how this work links up to other agendas, including on protection civil space? Building on the UN 75 declaration, how does Antonio Guterres, as Secretary General, intend to develop the UN toolbox relating to conflict prevention and mediation in a new mandate period, including addressing climate-related security risks and implementing the Women, Peace and Security agenda? And how does he intend to strengthen the cooperation with key regional organizations, including the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe? In his vision statement, Antonio Guterres highlights the centrality of human rights. How does he, as Secretary General, see his own role in ensuring that the whole UN system actively implement the UN call for action for human rights and for sufficient funding for the human rights mandate? And lastly, COVID-19 is rightly referred in the vision statement as a wake-up call, a stark reminder not just of multilateralism, mutual vulnerability, but also our shared interest in effective international cooperation. Looking to the future, what role does Antonio Guterres as Secretary General foresee for the UN in terms of preventing, preparing for, mitigating and responding to future pandemics? And I thank you very much.
The first round of member countries' questions is finished. I now give the floor to His Excellency Antonio Guterres to respond to questions raised by member states.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. There are many questions, so I think to allow for all to participate, I will have to be telegraphic in my answers. I apologize because there is not a simple answer to complex questions. That is complete, but I believe I need to make an effort to be telegraphic and to simplify the answers, even with loss of substance that I apologize for. First, distinguished representative of Algeria on behalf of NAM. First of all, I would like to say I'm a strong believer in the need to strengthen multilateralism based in the Charter, based on international law, and based in the common rules that it is possible to establish by consensus among member states. But I do believe that in many areas we need to strengthen the mechanisms we have today. First, let's have no illusions. It depends a lot on the establishment of trust among member states and on making functional the relationship among the biggest powers. If there is no trust among member states and if the relationship among the biggest powers remain dysfunctional, there is not much the multilateral system can do. If those two things are properly addressed, then I think there is a chance for multilateralism to be more effective. But we need to recognize that our multilateralism has little teeth, have very little instruments to make things happen. Look at the present COVID situation and look at WHO. WHO has only the power to advocate, to describe, and sometimes with difficulties in access of information. WHO has not a very strong capacity to make things happen according to what WHO believes is the right thing to do. And the result was the lack of coordination at global level in the response to the COVID, and now the fact that we have a chaotic situation in the distribution of vaccines. So I hope that the panel that is now led by Ellen Sirleaf and Ellen Clark will be able to come with some suggestions to strengthen, to increase the authority of WHO. And this question is a question in which I believe we need member states to seriously reflect. I believe we need to look into what are the global commons that indeed need a better governance, and let's make sure that member states are able to come together in finding the strengthened mechanisms of governance for those global commons that everybody recognizes are needed. It's a difficult process, and again, it will not happen without trust. It will not happen without a functional relationship among the powers. Now, the cooperation with our regional organizations, and this was a question of several, this has been a priority, an absolute priority for me, because I do believe that regional organizations are better placed than the UN to address the prevention and the mediation in several of the conflicts that are possible, and also to be a catalyst of the Sustainable Development Goals. As a matter of fact, we have established with the African Union and the European Union, ASEAN, OECD, the organization of the OSCE, and different other regional organizations, a very solid form of cooperation. We have summits of the leaders of these organizations at secretariat level. We had one just a few months ago, and we intend to strengthen our cooperation on that. And we have established very strong bilateral agreements, the strongest ones with the European Union and with the African Union. And to give the example of the African Union, that is particularly relevant because of the conflicts that take place in Africa, we have now not only a common approach to peace and security at Secretariat's level, but also in the connection between the Security Council and the African Peace and Security Council. But we have developed a common platform to address the development issues, Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2060. We have an agreement on the human rights promotion and respect, guaranteeing the respect for human rights, that in which we are working together. So in all areas of the UN, we are strengthening our cooperation. And the same can be said at different levels of depth with other regional organizations. I'm totally committed to increase that partnership and to increase the global coordination among us all. And I hope the next summit will be in presence. And of course, I mean, there are many forms of criticism in relation to the UN. What I think we must is to make the organization more nimble, more effective, more cost-effective. That is the logic of the reforms I've been promoting. And at the same time, to make sure that the different bodies, and that there is an area where I cannot act directly, but that the different bodies also have the capacity and the strengths and the coordination able to have a more effective response to the global problems in the world. gender parity and regional geographic. Indeed, this is a central question. And what is interesting is that we, contrary to what many people would say, we have seen gender parity move without prejudice of regional diversity. On the contrary, contributing to regional diversity. We had severe limitations because of the age of retirement that was prolonged 1 year each year in the last 4 years, which of course has diminished the number of vacancies to be filled. And because of our dramatic cash situation, we also had to increase the number of vacancies, not filling immediately those that left. And because of that, the progress has been slow. In any case, if we compare the developed and developing world as a whole, we had an improvement about 4 to 5% during these years in the movement to a more balanced situation. And we are now taking measures to make that movement be more intense. In relation to the geographical posts, I have asked now managers to move from 50 to 66% of the filling of posts based on countries that are underrepresented in geographic posts. And in relation to the other posts, we have now in the compacts of managers, one of the criteria is exactly in relation to regional diversity, to make sure that we have a more balanced representation of all regions in the Secretariat. And as we have done, and there I think we were quite successful, as we have done in the Executive Office. In the Executive Office, to give you an idea, there was 61% when I came of the permanent posts by countries of the Western European and other groups. It moved from 61 to 50. Which means a big redistribution, and of course we need to move on in this direction, but that is clear a priority for me. I would like to thank the distinguished permanent representative of Costa Rica on behalf of the ACT. Indeed, a central question for us is a question of guaranteeing independence in the selection of senior appointments. And we are moving to make as a standard procedure the one that was recently adopted for OCHA, which means to ask all member states to present candidates, then to have a panel that is able to interview all the candidates and make a proposal for me, either of one candidate or group of 2 or 3. And I'm now going to interview the 3 selected, which means I intend to move more and more into the adoption of this methodology. There are situations in which it is difficult to have this methodology, namely in posts affected to specific crises, because we need to have the agreement for someone to be endorsed, the agreement of the Security Council and the agreement of the parties to the conflict. And sometimes we have situations in which, just to give an example, in Western Sahara, we are now presenting the 12th name for a possible post. So obviously in these situations it is very difficult to do something different from headhunting, to try to find someone that can do the job. But it is for me clearly something that is a priority. Now, example of prevention and mediation. I'll give you 2 examples of the last 2 weeks, and I could go backwards a lot. Last week I was in the Cyprus negotiations. I mean, it's a very difficult issue, but it's the second time. I mean, I could say, well, there are no conditions, I'm not going, let the services deal with that. I went for the second time, knowing that the probability to reach an agreement was not large, but it was necessary to persist. And I went there again and trying to make sure at least that we avoid a confrontation and at the same time that we try to find a solution. And the second example of the 2 last weeks, I was on the phone with Egypt, with Sudan and with Ethiopia to try to create conditions for the African mediation to be more effective. I had 2 phone calls with President Tshisekedi in the last 2 weeks, in which we provided President Tshisekedi with what I believe is something the 3 countries can accept, which is to discuss, to have the possibility of a first part of the agreement on filling, with different interpretations for the moment, but on filling before July, and then a second part of the agreement on all the other aspects. We are supporting President Tshisekedi and supporting the African mediation, but at the same time doing our, I would say, behind-the-scenes mediation, which is, of course, informal, in order to create the conditions for the success of the African mediation. So these are just two examples of the 2 last weeks. We could go on and on and on, but it is, for me, a key element of my activity, and sometimes to be effective, it needs to be done discreetly, to establish back channels between parties. We have established several back channels between parties that are not known that exist, but are essential to avoid the worst in the confrontations and to try to find solutions for the situations.
Distinguished Permanent Representative of El Salvador. Let's look. Improving the work of the organization will involve various dimensions. One has to do, strictly speaking, with the member states, the reforming of the Security Council, strengthening ECOSOC, and we could go on. But there are certain aspects under my control, and we intend to deepen the reform process, and more specifically, it's our intention to take advantage of the lessons learned from the pandemic and now, in a second phase, prioritize everything that has to do with innovation and digital cooperation and the use of digital tools. One of them is linked to the data strategy, which was approved and has been rolled out. And this is a key element in modern life. And many people say that in the past, the power lay with those who had the energy, and now it lies with those societies that know how to get the data. So this is a key aspect of our improvement initiative, and we're now focused on strategic foresight and we have to look at the various scenarios we can use in various crises to improve our prevention and response and adopt all the mechanisms for performance-based management. And I think that we, in so doing, will be able to make significant strides in the future by deepening our reforms.
Australia, representing MITCA. Well, first, we need to fully fund COVAX. And we are doing our best in making advocacy for that. We are contacting country by country. We are pushing for things to move. But let's be honest, this will not be enough. We need to guarantee two things: that we double the production of vaccines and that we have an equitable distribution of vaccines. And COVAX will only cover 20% of the needs of the developing world. And 20% is not enough. That is the reason why I've been suggesting, I had a meeting with President Draghi, I talked with the Chinese, I talked with the Americans, I talked with several other countries. I think we need to have, and my suggestion is to have it at G20 level, and to have an emergency task force to allow for the preparation of a global vaccination plan, bringing together all the countries that have the capacity to produce, or that can produce if licenses are becoming available, and there is some movement in that direction, but that's not enough. We need a lot of technological support for, in many other countries, in many other companies, vaccines to be able to be produced, and at the same time that we start sharing vaccines early and have a global plan for the sharing of vaccines in order for them to be able to achieve everybody on time. Because with the present situation, the risk is very simple. As we are not sufficiently vaccinating in the developing world, and we are seeing, look at India, look at Latin America, look at several African countries, we are seeing the virus moving like wildfire, spreading like wildfire. Variations, mutations are becoming more and more frequent, and those mutations follow Darwin's theory of evolution. The virus that will emerge winner are the viruses that are better in transmitting and the viruses that are better in defeating vaccines. So the risk of emerging variants that will make our vaccines irrelevant is there. And so either we vaccinate everybody on time, or we risk to have all the efforts that we are making completely lost, including in the developing countries that are doing better at the present moment. So this is a key element of our advocacy, a key element of our action, and of course, fully supporting also the COVAX. And in this mechanism that we believe necessary for equitable distribution, the COVAX is there. It can be used by, namely by the G20 or by a task force of the different countries and with the pharma to support WHO, Gavi, CEPI and the others that are the key in the work of COVAX to make sure that COVAX is the key instrument used for this equitable distribution going beyond the 20% for which it was created. And to be honest, that is having lots of difficulties, not only for the money. Even worse than the money now is the difficulties to get supply of vaccines available. Now, Sweden. First of all, I'd like to say that I was very happy to consider this new process of selection for an incumbent Secretary General. I mean, the truth is that I'm the first Secretary General that is selected in a process, the incumbent Secretary General, in which all governments were asked to present candidates, and in which I believe the General Assembly, the President of the General Assembly and the President of the Security Council are conducting the process in normal conditions. And this is to the extent that I consider that I had not the right to be a candidate by myself. It was my country, Portugal, that has presented my candidacy. So, and I've been very clear in distinguishing my role as Secretary General and my role as candidate, and not even to use the teleprompter today. I ask permission to the President of the General Assembly because I am here as a guest of the President of the General Assembly and not as Secretary General of the United Nations. So I'm very keen on making sure that it is clear that I fully abide by whatever member states consider it is right, and I don't ask for any privilege by the fact that I am Secretary General of the United Nations. Now, I fully agree that we need an inclusive multilateralism, and I have to say, I said it in my intervention, I mean, we need to move into a multilateralism independently of the reforms that can be made and the governance, the mechanisms to strengthen governments that can be made, that of course require international law, require conventions, require many decisions by all member states. There are things we can do to network the different organizations, regional organizations, UN with the financial institutions at all levels, to make sure that we all work together, because everything now is interlinked. There is no way we can do prevention or mediation without linking the problems of security with the problems of climate, with the problems of development, with the problems of poverty, with the problems of human rights. Everything is interlinked. And obviously, in this regard, the question that you mentioned of preserving the civil space has been central in our advocacy, central in relation to the COVID, central in relation to the call for action in human rights. And we have in the call for action an implementation roadmap that is being seriously taken into account by the whole system. It's an approach that involves the whole system, and we are, I think, working quite systematically and hopefully effectively in making sure that the 7 dimensions of the call for action are indeed lead indeed to an effective implementation. And in this, one of the dimensions is exactly civil space, participation. And I've been clearly denouncing what unfortunately has been happening with the COVID even worse, which is the fact that civil space has been restricted, that individual freedoms have been restricted, that media freedom has been restricted, that we have seen forms of discrimination, persecution, that do not allow civic space to be one of the key elements in the capacity of societies to address the challenges of our life. Now, in relation to the toolbox of conflict prevention, I think the most important thing is to have a vision that prevention now, and this was, I tried to put it clearly in my vision statement, prevention is not only a question of diplomacy. Prevention is not only a question of conducting discussions with parties or potential parties to conflict. Prevention now needs to address an interconnected set of issues. Prevention needs to address the questions of development, poverty, and discrimination. Prevention needs to address the problems of human rights violations and civic space. Prevention needs to address the questions, of course, of conflict, potential conflict between ethnic communities or between religious communities. Prevention needs to be able to address the problems of climate. Everything is interconnected. So we need to have, and this is one of the objectives of the reform at the present moment, to bring together the different pillars. I think we made huge strides in making the peace and security pillar more effective, the UN development system pillar more effective, or sustainable development system pillar more. We have the call for action on human rights, but we need to be able now, in a next step, to strengthen the inter-pillar cooperation to be more effective in everything we do. And obviously in this, the cooperation with regional organizations is essential, and I think that what we have done with the African Union, what we have done with others, now the efforts we are making to try to make ASEAN move forward in the question of Myanmar, all these things are a demonstration of how strong is the priority of our approach. And I already mentioned the question of the call for action. And about the prevention of future pandemics. I was yesterday on the phone with Ellen Clark and with Eileen Sirleaf. And the question is, do we have enough instruments in the present situation? I don't think we have. There is a proposal, as you know, for a new treaty on pandemics. I think it's something that the international community should consider. But at least we know exactly what needs to be done to give the WHO the authority to collect all the relevant information, to make that information transparent, and to define what needs to be done in order to have effective international cooperation in fighting a pandemic. Are member states ready to provide that authority to WHO? If yes, probably we don't need a treaty. If not, probably we need a treaty. But if member states do not want anything, we will probably not get anything. But it's clear this is an area where we have global public goods. This is an area where we have global commons that are not being effectively addressed, and where I believe an enhanced governance mechanism is required. It's up to member states, naturally, to establish them, and I am at the disposal of member states to do everything possible to facilitate the process leading to it.
I thank His Excellency Antonio Guterres for his response to the first round of questions. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of European Union, followed by Liechtenstein on behalf of the Laguna Group, Saudi Arabia on behalf of the Arab Group, Belgium on behalf of the Benelux countries, and Ecuador. The floor is European Union's.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Antonio Guterres. We really appreciate your readiness to participate in this informal dialogue with the membership, and we believe that is in itself a very important element in ensuring an inclusive and transparent selection process for high offices in the United Nations. Like others, I wanted to also appreciate and express our appreciation for your achievements so far, Secretary General. And I want to say that the EU and its member states have welcomed your readiness to serve for a second term, and we appreciate the vision that you have set out in your written statement and as elaborated this morning to us here orally. We share the priorities outlined for how to strengthen the UN in its delivery and fulfilling the expectations of people around the world. You mentioned that we are in one of the most important transformational moments in recent history, but also that there is a window of opportunity to do things right. It may be that I will be repeating some of the things that have been said already, but I do that because I also want to share the priorities that we have for the organization moving forward. And this starts with the response to the COVID-19 and ensuring a sustainable recovery as a most pressing challenge. The EU supports a strengthened UN role in pandemic prevention, preparedness and response, including through COVAX, and a reform to strengthen the WHO in a form that you just mentioned. And here my question is, what do you see as necessary adjustments to the multilateral system to better cope with global health and prevent and protect from future pandemics? We fully support your call for urgent action and redoubling efforts to address climate change and the loss of biodiversity. And climate neutrality by 2050 is key to achieving this. And my question here is, how would you take these priorities to the next level? in preparing, but also as a follow-up to the important COPs that are happening this year. On the 2030 agenda, the mandate of the next Secretary General will also be crucial in terms of its implementation. I want to ask you, how would you make sure that the SDGs remain the guide of policymaking at all levels of the organization? You also note that the need for a new approach and quantum leap in financial support for an inclusive and sustainable recovery to make the Agenda 2030 a reality. The financing for development process has generated useful discussions and proposals. How do you see the next steps? Your digital roadmap paved the way for multi-stakeholder engagement on critical issues, including bridging the digital divide. We welcome your intention of convening all stakeholders through a strengthened Internet governance forum to ensure robust implementation of this roadmap. And on human rights, the situation clearly, looking out in the global context, is not encouraging at all. And as one of the pillars of the Charter, reversing this negative trend when it comes to human rights is a fundamental task of the organization. So what further initiatives do you envisage to operationalize your call to action? We strongly support your call for a funding strategy for the international human rights systems, and I wanted to ask you what your next steps would be in that regard. And that brings me to gender equality, which has been a key element of your first mandate with important achievements. How will you ensure that gender equality is promoted across all UN efforts, including policies and programs, in a second term? On peace and security, you've put a strong emphasis on prevention, which we strongly support. The UN 75 Declaration calls upon the Secretary General to enhance his prevention toolbox. How could this look in practice? You've also offered to continue your role of an honest broker and bridge builder, including through your good offices. In your view, is there more that can be done? Finally, on the common agenda and UN reform, to remain legitimate, the UN must remain fit for purpose. Your reform efforts represented a real paradigm shift, which we much have supported. While we need to consolidate gains, we support your calls for, and I quote, deeper and broader transformation, a more integrated, cohesive and joined-up UN. We ask that you be bold and ambitious in your report on the common agenda. You put a strong emphasis on the need for a more inclusive and networked multilateralism. We welcome the specific tracks in the common agenda process for civil society and youth engagement. And maybe you could elaborate a little bit how you intend to contribute further to realization of a civil society and youth engagement during your second mandate. And we would also be interested in your vision of a networked multilateralism that links global institutions across sectors and geographies. I thank you very much again.
I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Liechtenstein on behalf of the Laguna Group.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I have the honor to speak on behalf of the Laguna Group, the PRs of Germany, Liechtenstein, Norway, Qatar, Singapore, and Switzerland. What brings us together is a strong commitment to effective multilateralism with the United Nations at its core. We appreciate we express our appreciation to you, Mr. President, for bringing us together today in line with the process this Assembly has put in place, and that has served us well in bringing more transparency and inclusivity to the selection of the SG, which is of the obvious highest importance for these organizations. We thank you, Mr. Secretary General, for your tireless and committed service to this organization during a term that has been characterized by difficult and novel challenges. We very much appreciate this opportunity for a conversation with you and your presence here today, in particular also your introductory comments. We have three brief questions for you. The first is on the pandemic. First, we want to thank you for your perseverance and leadership, in particular during the times that showed that your leadership was that important, also because of a deplorable loss of decision-making capability in this Assembly and other political bodies. As we prepare to transition into the phase that is sometimes referred to as the new normal, we see the need to move forward with the right combination of resolve and circumspection. We had a discussion on business continuity in this hall earlier this week, which made it clear that states are eager to enter this phase as quickly as possible. How do you see the next weeks and months in this respect. You have offered already comments on the issue of senior leadership appointments this morning, and we thank you for this. We are aware that this is an issue that is difficult to navigate for anyone who has the function of the Secretary General, given the tension between the Charter provisions and the practice that has evolved over decades, favoring nationals from some of the most influential countries for such positions. We are strongly committed to merit-based appointments and believe that they are of the highest possible importance for the effectiveness of this organization. And our additional question is, what else can we do from our end to help you pursue this objective? Finally, we share the interest in the gender dimension that has featured very prominently in our discussion this morning. First, we want to commend you on your commitment to gender equality and in particular for reaching gender parity in the senior management group and among resident coordinators. This is no small feat, and we really want to congratulate you on it. Our question is, how do you think that this achievement has translated into changes in the UN's management culture and in decision-making within the organization? Thank you so much.
I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Saudi Arabia on behalf of the Arab Group.
شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you, Mr. President. President of the General Assembly, Secretary General, I would like to, first of all, on behalf of the Arab Group in New York, to thank you for organizing this informal debate, which is part of the transparency we're bringing to choosing the Secretary General of the United Nations. I would like to thank very much the Secretary General to head the combat against COVID-19. We congratulate you on the excellent management of the crisis and the preventive measures taken by the United Nations during this period, which provided us with excellent results. The pandemic has been contained within the United Nations. Secretary General, the Palestinian issue remains a central issue on the agenda of the United Nations since its inception. The process to resolve this issue is at an impasse for decades, and it's time for the organization to shoulder its responsibility and find a solution to this. We therefore would like to express a wish that you make this a priority in your second mandate by making sure that the parties participate in this, whilst ensuring that members of the quartet participate in this, that it's revitalized, that the participation is serious, so that we end up with a fair peace based on the international consensus as we have enshrined in the relevant resolutions and international law. We also urge you, Secretary General, to continue with your support to UNRWA by working to find sustainable funding for it in the long term. Your personal commitment, Secretary General, to this is very important. So what are you planning to do to make sure that the peace process in the Middle East and the Palestinian issue move forward, and what role can the UN play here? Furthermore, the Middle East is witnessing a number of conflicts which undermines its stability. So here we would like to know what your plans are to implement so as to support the efforts made towards a lasting and peaceful settlement in Yemen, in Syria, and in Libya. What kinds of efforts do you plan to make sure that stability is brought to the region? And as regards the humanitarian situation in Yemen, the worst humanitarian crisis in modern times, what are you planning to do to alleviate the suffering of the Yemeni people and to avoid that this leads to an even greater economic and political disaster? Mr. President, The nuclear danger is present in the Middle East and it threatens our people. What is your vision to make sure that the Middle East is an area which is free of nuclear weapons? To make sure that the nuclear facilities in the region are subject to IAEA safeguards. Secretary General, climate issues are of great interest in your program, and this is an important issue for the Middle East too, and this is directly related to desertification. What are you planning to do to combat desertification and the lack of water resources in Middle East and North Africa? Secretary General, the Secretariat posts and their equitable distribution was one of your commitments that you undertook during your first mandate. And if you have arrived at a gender parity, but geographic parity is far from being achieved, the Arab group in particular is underrepresented. How do you plan to rectify the situation in the upcoming years? The reform of the United Nations, in particular Security Council reform, is an important issue. However, we see no change happening here. According to you, what would be the best formula to make sure that the best possible representation on the Security Council? And finally, an important issue, racist and hate-filled rhetoric, in particular now. What are the measures needed in order to fight hateful rhetoric and Islamophobia in particular? I thank you, Secretary General. I thank you, Mr. President.
I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Belgium on behalf of the Benelux countries.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm delivering these remarks on behalf of the Benelux countries, the Netherlands, Luxembourg, and my own country, Belgium. We align ourselves with the statement held on behalf of the European Union. And first and foremost, we would like to reiterate our full and continued support for the way in which you, Mr. Secretary General, are ably leading our United Nations through these uncertain times. And we expect the Secretary General and the future Secretary General to remain a champion of inclusive and effective multilateralism and a voice of conscience for the international community to call us out where we should do better and to be ambitious in the execution of his or her mandate under the three pillars of the UN's work. First pillar, peace, security. We hope that the next Secretary General will use his considerable personal stature to re-energize efforts to attain political solutions for long-standing international conflicts, of which Syria is, of course, a particular poignant example. And we hope that he will drive the reform of peace operations forward and put a revitalized prevention agenda front and center. Under the development pillar, the Secretary General should continue using his immense convening powers to mobilize the resources needed to get back on track for Agenda 2030, including through the private sector, and by further streamlining the work of UN agencies, funds and programs in the field. And under the human rights pillar, we do encourage the Secretary General to demand and promote further accountability for perpetrators of atrocious violations of human rights, as peace and justice go hand in hand. And we encourage him to implement and develop his call to action for human rights and to further mainstream human rights in the UN agenda. In line with the ambition of the UN 75 Declaration, we ask the Secretary General and the future Secretary General to ensure that the voices of we, the people, in particular youth and civil society, are heard loud and clear in these halls. And with these thoughts in mind, Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, I would like to ask the following three questions. First, what are the key actions that need to be undertaken so that the UN can be the pivot to turn things around and to achieve our common goal of socio-economic recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic? 2, what are the key reform areas that you intend to focus on during your second term? Do you intend to launch new reform initiatives in your upcoming report on our common agenda? And 3, could you elaborate a little bit on the way in which you will promote a safe and supportive gender-balanced working environment, diverse and inclusive, with zero tolerance for abuse and harassment? I thank you for your attention.
I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Ecuador.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you for convening this interactive dialogue. I'm also grateful to His Excellency the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, for his presentation. And in addition to the pleasure of reiterating my government's satisfaction at his decision to stand for a second term of office, in the past few days, we have been informed that this support of the government of Ecuador expressed at the outset of the year has been renewed by the new government that will take office in the coming weeks. You, sir, referred to several of the concerns and questions that we would have liked to ask. And in response to other questions from other colleagues this morning, you did address them. But I do have a question that we would like to ask at this point. Mr. Secretary General, we do recognize that in the many caps that you wear in the various spheres of the work of the United Nations, you have been striving to strike and maintain a balance in terms of gender parity and regional diversity. In relation to this effort, we would like to know, how can we strengthen the consultations that need to be conducted with governments of member states with respect to the formal support that they may give to nationals of their states who are interested in running for these offices or occupying these positions? Do you perceive any possible tensions between these appointments and the position of governments that perhaps do not believe that they have been duly consulted? This is a concern that we have, and we have every assurance that you will be sensitive to it and address it, sir. Thank you.
We have heard the second round of questions by member states. I now give the floor to His Excellency Antonio Guterres to respond to questions raised by member countries.
The logistics of answering a question are complicated with all these systems. I'd like to thank the distinguished Prime Minister of the European Union for his statement and for his questions. I will try to answer all of them. I'm not sure if I will be able, but I will do really my best. First, what necessary adjustments in relation to the response to pandemic capacity prevention and response to pandemic? Well, I think I already answered. I see two ways. One is to have a treaty on pandemics, establishing a number of norms. The other is to have at least a strengthening of WHO authority in relation to information sharing, access to all the data that is necessary, and then to be able to give guidelines with a certain level of, of authority, and not only just persuasion as it is the present system with all its problems. Now, in relation to climate change, the second level, until now, we were very much focused on climate change. I think we need to be focused on the three crises together: climate, biodiversity, and pollution. And so my intention is, of course, to move on with all our pressure in relation to the build of a global net zero coalition for 2050. with states, with cities, with businesses, with the civil society. And I have to say, with the support of the public opinion, the youth, the women's movements, and I would say that I am very encouraged by the movement in that direction. But there is much less progress in relation to biodiversity, much less progress in relation to pollution, and the question of the oceans is central in these two. And we will not be able to reach our targets in relation to climate change if we have not a combined approach to these three areas, to these three crises. And this will be, I would say, the most important new emphasis on our work. Is a comprehensive emphasis and not only strictly focused on the indicators in relation to climate action, but we will go on building the Net Zero Coalition, pushing for a breakthrough in adaptation. Finance to adaptation is 21% at the present moment, it should be 50%, and creating the conditions for equitable finance of climate action and support to the developing world. And we believe that mitigation will not move with the involvement of all member states if the two other aspects do not move also. In relation to the finance question, I mean, there are two dimensions on this. One is in relation to the money that was put in place for the recovery. We have trillions of dollars being used for the recovery, but there are two problems in those. One is that they are unevenly distributed. Developed countries with a huge percentage of GDP, the middle-income countries with around 6%, least developed countries with less than 2%. I mean, this shows how uneven this response is, with all the consequences of increasing the inequality. And second, we still see a lot of investment in the grey economy, in the brown economy, in the economy of the past. And so it is absolutely essential that the programs that are now being put in place to implement the recovery funds are programs that are both sustainable and inclusive, fighting for an adequate approach to climate action and at the same time for addressing inequalities in societies and globally. But more specifically in relation to our initiatives on financing, the financing that have been led together by the UN and together with the Prime Minister of Jamaica and Canada, two central questions now are the redistribution of the special drawing rights. I mean, now there is finally an approval for special drawing rights. It's absolutely essential that they not stay with those that have received them, because then we'll only increase the present inequalities. There needs to be a mechanism that is expedite for countries to put those special drawing rights at the disposal of the IMF, for the IMF to be able to put them at the disposal of developing countries, and for that to be done in a way that doesn't increase the debt problems of those countries. So there is a lot still to be done, and it's important that it's done in the right way. And second, we need to be serious in relation to debt relief. I mean, what we have now is too little too late. I'm not going to now develop this because it would be difficult to do it in a short period, but there must be a serious coming together of all debtors, state debtors, public debtors, but also private, in order to have effective debt relief for developing and middle-income countries that are in desperate need of that debt relief. The digital divide, I think that there are here two or three essential questions. One, in relation to human rights. One is, of course, the fact that interconnectedness is not available for 50% of the world population. And this is increasing the inequality. So we absolutely need to have as an absolute priority for the next few years, and the plan is, as you know, to reach connectivity for everybody in 2030. This is an absolute must and is an essential instrument of our digital divide, our digital cooperation framework. But then there are the questions of violation of individual human rights, namely in relation to privacy and in relation to the use of data that relates to people, both for government control of people and for companies' control that, in my opinion, is a real threat. It's very important to develop the mechanisms that protect privacy, and that we need to be sovereign in relation to the data that relates to us. All the data that I give through the fact that I use a number of instruments at the present moment, all that data is being used by a number of companies, digital companies. They process it at huge speed, and they put it at the disposal of their clients for advertising. And more, I would recommend the reading of a book recently published called The Age of Surveillance Capitalism. Now, data is being used without our knowledge to change our behavior, to be able to sell those changes as futures to those that are the clients of these companies. So, and the same can apply to the use by states of the same data to condition the behavior and to condition the rights of their citizens. This is a central question. We need to have the right to be sovereign about the data that we produce, and we need to be able also to have the right to disconnect. That is probably one of the most serious problems in today's world, the right to disconnect, the right to be erased, which is something that unfortunately now is far from being respected. Gender equality, is exactly, we need to mainstream, and we are doing it, all the questions of gender equality related to fighting discrimination, gender-based violence, the questions of the labor market, the questions related to the political participation, all these questions need to be addressed in a comprehensive way and be mainstream to the activity of all UN bodies and all UN agencies and all our country teams around the world, and that's exactly what we are trying to do. In relation to prevention and mediation, I think that we need to do two things. First, to have what I mentioned in a previous intervention, a comprehensive approach for prevention, not a specific or strictly political, diplomatic approach to prevention, to look into all the questions of inequality, to look into all the questions of development, to look into all the questions of human rights, to look into all the questions of climate, and to address them in a holistic way. This is the approach we are having in the Sahel today, and I think it's important to have it more and more in different parts of the world, and then to increase our partnership, and namely our partnership with regional organizations and with the civil society. Now, reform, common agenda, the Secretary General is preparing his report. I hope it will be prepared before a new Secretary General, it will be issued before a new Secretary General takes place. But indeed, one essential question is the question of how to make the UN system and the multilateralism in general more inclusive. We have a number of mechanisms of participation, of civil society, of youth, of businesses, of cities, and of course you mentioned essentially youth and civil society, but I consider it's also important to look into the business community, to look into cities, etc. Now, we have lots of mechanisms of participation, but we do not have a mechanism to make sure that we integrate their contributions in our strategic thinking, in our decision-making process. And this is the next step. But that step requires the will of member states. We need to be able to make some adaptations in the way we work, and this requires the will of the member states. I am personally convinced that keeping our intergovernmental character, we need to have more ways in which these key partners in today's societies are able to have an influence on our own decision-making process. I was very strongly influenced, I've said it several times, by Habermas. And Habermas, in an analysis of democratic societies, used to say that what is important in a democratic society is not only the fact that there are elections, it's the fact that there is a permanent interflow of communication between the civil society and the political establishment, and that interflow of communication has an influence on the decisions that are taken. And this is the question that is not yet solved at the level of multilateral organizations. I'd like to thank the distinguished representative of Liechtenstein. Business continuity. I believe there was recently a briefing by the CDC, and we will be working. There will be a new, evaluation of the situation in June. This is a matter for the present Secretary General, but I can give you my opinion on this. I think we need to try to use as much as possible the situation created by vaccination and the situation created by all the instruments that we have, namely quick tests and things of the sort, to allow for a broader participation of in-person meetings, both internally in New York and externally, which is more complicated because people coming from different countries with different situations. But we need to move on progressively in that direction, taking into account the need to avoid the UN to become a center to spread the disease. We were able to avoid it. We should not naturally do it negatively in the future. I fully agree that appointments not be based on merit. We try to, I think there is, if one looks at the people that are in charge of the different agencies and the different departments, I have to recognize that we have a pool of extremely competent people at the present moment. I'm quite happy, independently of some probably not perfect ways in which many of the designations might have been done. I think the result is a result we can be proud of, but obviously we need to move in the direction that I mentioned in my answer to the distinguished permanent representative of Costa Rica. And it's very important that member states in their interconnected relationship do everything possible to make everybody understand that this is the way that we need to move on. Now, in relation to the gender dimension, I have to say that the fact that we have now in the Executive Committee, in the Senior Management Group, in the Chief Executive Board, a balanced relationship between women and men has contributed to a real improvement in the way decisions are taken, and more, to a culture below in which sexual harassment and other forms of discrimination are becoming more and more difficult, and I hope that this will be more and more effective in the future. Distinguished Permanent Representative of Saudi Arabia, the Palestinian issue is an essential issue, is a priority for us. We are strongly supportive, as you know, based on international law and on the resolutions of the different UN bodies, of a two-state solution. And in my opinion, with Jerusalem as a capital for both states, this is something that I believe is very important, and that we need to avoid all unilateral actions that are undermining the creation of this two-state solution. And it is my intention to do everything possible to revitalize the quartet. It depends on the will of member states, and to revitalize other forms of regional cooperation that will allow for a more effective approach to the Palestinian question. And in relation to UNRWA, you can count on my total commitment to make, we have survived very difficult moments. We are totally committed to move in the future in a more effective way. The situation looks a little bit more promising now, but we need to make this kind of dramatic question every year to a more predictable form of funding the UNRWA. Yemen, we hope that finally it will be possible to have an agreement based on the opening of Odeida and the airport, a ceasefire, and the beginning of political discussions. We have had different hiccups, different problems, but I think we are moving in that direction. We are totally committed to it, and I'm trying to talk to as many actors as possible to make sure that pressure is put in this regard. And I would like to express my appreciation for what has been the constructive attitude that Saudi Arabia has been demonstrating in our recent discussions for this purpose. Syria, we are pushing hard to have a next meeting of the Constitutional Committee with effective substance and with rules that are accepted by everybody, and to make it the starting point to fully implement Security Council resolutions. And Libya, we are very happy with the developments until now, but now it's essential that elections take place at the right time, and that everything is done for that to happen. And it's essential that an effective mechanism of withdrawal of foreign troops and mercenaries to take place. It's not easy, but this must be a priority for all of us. There is a process in relation to the Middle East, free of nuclear weapons. I fully support that process. There is a number of initiatives taking place. You can count on my full engagement. And UN Water has its essential priority exactly the fight of desertification, considered to be absolutely essential in our work. In relation to the equitable regional distribution, I have to say that we have made progress in the sense that there was, in the balance, and according to our indicators, an evolution of about 4%, similar to the evolution that we had in relation to gender in the global structure for a more equitable distribution, 4% of the total, which is something taking into account that we, as I mentioned already, had huge limitations of recruitment because of the retirement age being postponed and because of the cash difficulties. We have taken now a number of additional measures. For instance, as I mentioned, for unrepresented states, we have asked managers to recruit 2/3 of the new recruitments from unrepresented states instead of the 50% that was the norm before. And Obviously, I do believe that there will be a complete reform of the UN system without the reform of the Security Council. Kofi Annan already said it. That, of course, depends on the will of member states, but we will always be at the disposal of member states for any facilitation. But obviously, we fully respect the autonomy of the bodies of the UN. And Islamophobia is indeed a major concern. I've been addressing it several times. We have a strategy against hate speech that is obviously very much linked to the questions of fighting Islamophobia. We have another strategy for the protection of religious sites, and we have been more and more strongly considering that every forms of intolerance, every forms of discrimination are unacceptable, and that indeed Islamophobia became one of the dramatic forms of expression, together with anti-Semitism, together with racism at different levels and in different ways. And you can be absolutely sure of my total commitment to fight Islamophobia that undermining the cohesion of many of our societies. I would like to say I'm fully in agreement with the observations made by the distinguished representative of Belgium. Key actions in relation to the social economic recovery, I think I already mentioned. I mean, central questions, liquidity, central questions related to debt relief, and then to make sure that the packages of recovery are inclusive and are sustainable, which means that they address the inequalities that exist and that they address the climate action, which means that they invest in renewable energy, not in fossil fuels, that they invest in all the areas of the green economy and not in the areas of the brown economy. Key aspects of reform, the common agenda, of course. I mentioned already, I think we need to move ahead with a stronger approach to inter-pillar cooperation and to the introduction of I would say, the challenges of the present times. Data management and strategy, the questions of strategic foresight, the questions of digital capabilities and privacy in relation to it, and the questions of performance and results-based management are central questions together with transparency and accountability of the organization in the next stages of reform, as far as I understand them. And I have to say that the questions of harassment, in particular sexual harassment, I mean, we came a long way in relation to sexual harassment. There are a number of measures that are taken at the level of the Chief Executive Board, across the board. We now have a register of any violator to make sure that he's not recruited by any other agency. But here in the Secretariat, we now have helplines, we have training programs, and we have something that I believe is unique. We have in our investigation department, in OIOS, we have a team specialized in sexual harassment with female members, and all complaints in relation to sexual harassment go straight into that team instead of going around through the different aspects of, I would say, bureaucratic approaches that existed in the past. And I believe this is a very important instrument of deterrence. And the same I could say about other forms of harassment, very much in line with the fighting abuse of power, fighting bullying, and also in relation to the need to go on investing as we have been investing in improving our whistleblower protection mechanisms. Ecuador, quería agradecer.
Ecuador, I wanted to thank the distinguished permanent representative of Ecuador.
Distinguished President of Saudi Arabia, I don't speak Arabic, so I mean, I was forced to answer in English, but the distinguished permanent representative...
Distinguished permanent representative of Ecuador, I wanted to say to you that our intention is to ensure that the consultations for the appointments include all member states without discrimination. And of course, this includes the fact that very often in the past, member states with a less broad representations feel discriminated against, and it's my intent to combat all forms of discrimination and to ensure that all members are represented in this process and all activities of the United Nations. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Antonio Guterres for his response. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Antigua and Barbuda on behalf of AOSIS, and followed by the Equatorial Guinea and Egypt. Then we will have 2 questions by the civil society and other stakeholders. The floor is Antigua and Barbudas.
Thank you, Mr. President, for convening such a dialogue. Such a transparent and engaging process continues to speak well for the organization. I have the honor to speak on behalf of ASIS and to pose the following question. But first, let me apologize for the absence of Ambassador Webster, who was caught up in another meeting. We thank you, Secretary General, for your previous commitment towards SIDS and your continued advocacy for SIDS, especially as it relates to climate change. Given the magnitude of the pandemic before us and the associated consequences, in particular the global economic recession, and noting from all indicators that SIDS are more disproportionately affected than any other group of countries, what are some of your policies objectives within your second term for SIDS? Additionally, the General Assembly gave a clear mandate regarding provision of recommendation for a possible multi-dimensional vulnerability index for SIDS. What are your views on the MVI for SIDS? I thank you.
I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Equatorial Guinea.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We are grateful for this opportunity to maintain this informal and interactive dialogue with the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres. And this is in the framework of his running for a second term as Secretary General of the United Nations. Mr. President, I'm taking the floor on behalf of the government of my country, not to ask any questions of the Secretary General, but rather to say to him that as far as the government of the Equatorial Guinea is concerned, since his election as Secretary General of the United Nations, he has risen to the challenge and gone beyond our expectations and the confidence that we placed in him during the 5 years of his term of office, despite the adversities and difficulties facing him, especially over the last 2 years of his term of office because of the COVID-19 crisis. The government of Equatorial Guinea, while congratulating him and commending him on his work, wishes also to express its full unconditional support for his re-election for a second term of office, heading up our global organization, and for him to continue serving humanity as he had as High Commissioner for Refugees and as Secretary General over the last 5 years, where he displayed his extraordinary leadership. The government of my country, Equatorial Guinea, wishes him all the courage he needs, and it is our wish that he will continue to actualize and strengthen his vision and noble objectives as head of the United Nations, as expressed in his March vision statement, especially in these critical times when the COVID-19 pandemic is ravaging humanity. We wish you every success, sir. Thank you very much.
I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Egypt.
Thank you very much, Mr. President of the General Assembly, for convening this meeting. Thank you very much, Secretary General, for this interactive exchange, and thank you for the government of Portugal for making the wise decision. I align with the statements made by NAM, African Group, Arab Group, and I would like to highlight that it comes across clear, Secretary General, that are not engaging with General Assembly because it is mandated by the resolution, but because you believe that this is the right thing to do. You do it with conviction and with passion. and this is highly appreciated. Thank you for leadership at hard times and for ably navigating the UN Titanic in high waters. Secretary General, during your first term, you made a choice of reform. So your first term was marked by reform and by being a reformer. Reform, of course, is a process which is ongoing. So in the second term, how do you foresee the reform process going to new strides? At the same time, the second term, maybe there is no much luxury of choices because the recovery is imposing itself as an overwhelming agenda. So being a recoverer at the second term, how do you foresee this bridge between reform and recovery? And you referred to the being bridge builder, and indeed there is a bridge between reform and recovery. How can you walk us through this bridge between both? And what could be the reform plan was very ambitious on 3 streams of the work of the United Nations. The recovery plan, how you foresee it, the roadmap to recovery during the second term. Also, another bridge building is very needed, Excellency Secretary General, and I remember once asked you at the beginning of your reform agenda, what assets you think is helping you in executing the reform agenda? Your answer was that you prefer to focus not on the assets we have, but on the assets which we don't have. And that is the one which you refer to as lack of trust. And then how we can make this lots of bridge building between member states, between the different actors to create this trust. Definitely we can wait this to happen among the big actors, but I think waiting this to happen alone as a divine revelation is going to be like waiting for Godot. How we can ourselves make this effort to create and build this trust. At the end, trust cannot be built by resolution. It's an ongoing process. How we can do this, and this I think answers, put what I can say that illness which we are suffering from, the TDS, the trust deficit syndrome. So we need your expertise as a politician, as an engineer, and maybe also as a doctor to find the antidote to this TDS syndrome. The last point is about the African agenda is the bulk of the UN agenda. How we foresee new approaches to turn this agenda from more of talk and rhetoric into more of action and work, especially enhancing the peace-building agenda in the United Nations, which is mainly happening within the African continent. And I conclude by the African wisdom, forward ever, backward never, Hakuna Matata, no worries. Thank you very much.
We will now hear questions by civil society and other stakeholders. In this regard, I now invite members and the candidate to hear questions received via pre-recorded video message from 2 civil society organizations.
Hello, my name is Yoriko Yasukawa. I'm the Vice President of the Foundation for Global Governance and Sustainability, FOGS. Our question is the following. The world is facing a series of global crises related to health, climate, economic, social, gender, and environmental issues. After World War II, governments established the UN Security Council to coordinate the world's response to armed conflicts and prevent future armed conflicts. Have we reached the point where the UN should create a new authoritative body to address non-military threats to human security? Thank you.
Thank you. Sandra Wisner, Senior Staff Attorney at the Institute for Justice and Democracy in Haiti. Mr. Guterres, at the beginning of your tenure, you pledged to prioritize strengthening UN accountability. However, on the matter of sexual exploitation and abuse of women and girls by UN peacekeepers, the UN's Office of Internal Oversight Services recently noted that reports of sexual exploitation by peacekeepers rose 247% between 2017 and 2019. Criminal accountability for sex crimes remain, quote, largely unachieved. And the former Secretary General's proposal to strengthen the organization's response to paternity and child support claims was not implemented. If you are reelected, how do you intend to ensure the UN upholds its obligations to provide a meaningful response? Thank you.
I thank the civil society organizations for their questions. I now give the floor to Mr. Antonio Guterres, the third time, to respond to questions raised by member states and civil society organizations.
Well, I'd like to thank the distinguished representative of Antigua and Barbuda for the question. I mean, the small island development states are, in my opinion, a fundamental priority at the present moment. They are a priority because they are on the front lines of the impacts of climate change. And so one of the things we have been fighting hard is to make sure that the support to adaptation gains a new quantum leap. As I mentioned already in one question, if one looks at donors, international development banks, and other public institutions, only 21% of public finance has gone into adaptation in support to the developing world. We need to reach 50%, and this is an absolute must. And obviously, the efforts to build resilience in small island development states are absolutely crucial, because some of them are even in risk of disappearance, which of course would be totally intolerable if humanity would accept that to happen. So first, huge priority to make sure that there's a quantum leap in adaptation. Second, to make sure that, I mean, we built the mitigation global coalition to net zero, and that we are able to dramatically reduce emissions in the next decade. And of course, with the rising sea levels that are now at 3.3 millimeters per year, this is an existential threat for small islands, and of course this is accelerating. And when we see the melting of glaciers, the melting of ice caps, there are all the reasons to be worried about, and so must be very tough on mitigation objectives. And then the questions of debt and of access to finance. Most of the small island development states are middle-income countries. And today, the instruments that are put in place, namely in the context of the COVID recovery, are for least developed countries, low-income countries. Now, the point is, it doesn't make sense anymore to have only GDP as an indicator. We need to have indicators based on vulnerability. And the situation we have in a number of countries is such that we need to review international criteria in relation to these forms of support, and we are extremely active in pushing for both debt relief and increase of access to financial instruments in relation to SIDS. And finally, in our own reforms with the multi-country offices that are, of course, very relevant for SIDS, to do everything possible to equip them with effective forms of support to the different countries. And I have to say, what happened recently in St. Vincent and the Grenadines have demonstrated that the UN system has indeed strengthened its capacity to address the plight, the enormous difficulties that SIDS face. When I compare the response in St. Vincent and the Grenadines to, and I remember how difficult it was to bring the UN system together in the response to Dominica's storm, there was a there's a lot of positive evolution that was possible already to achieve, and we will be putting as much pressure as possible to make it more effective. Muchas gracias.
Many thanks to the distinguished permanent representative of Equatorial Guinea for his statement, which contained no questions.
The distinguished representative of Egypt, and I pay tribute to his permanent engagement in the UN. He was extremely instrumental of head of the G77 in our reform process, and I have no words to express my gratitude for his personal contribution. And you have put some of the most difficult questions that exist. I already said that, in my opinion, in the reform, the next steps are essentially linked to the interpillar cooperation, to connect the dots, to bring all areas of the UN to work even more strongly together, to avoid the segmentation that is still remaining in some aspects, and second, to address the challenges coming by technological evolution and the new instruments that are possible to use in strategic foresight, in the digital cooperation and the digital instruments in relation to data management and strategy and all the other aspects to make the UN much more adapted to the realities of today. But on the same side, you mentioned how to link it to recovery. I think that what is essential, first of all, is to use it to allow for a much as effective as possible work of the UN in the context of the COVID, and we have already discussed how to make sure that the business continuity progressively moves into normality. It will take time, but it must be a central concern of our work. And then the capacity to make sure that we put the whole UN system supporting member states and international organizations for the recovery efforts to be, first of all, equitable at global level. We are not there. I already mentioned the numbers in relation to developed, middle income and developing countries as a percentage of GDP of recovery processes, and in relation to the questions of liquidity, debt relief, to support the developing world, and in relation to the need to make sure that the programs of recovery are indeed addressing the fragilities of inequality and the fragilities of climate. Now, the question of trust. I already said this many times. My first wife, that unfortunately passed away in '98, was a psychoanalyst. And she taught me one thing that is fundamental in the relations among people, but also in relations among member states. And when two people are facing each other, there are not two but six. What each person is, what each person thinks he or she is, and what each person thinks the other is. And I think today we have the same problem in relation to the countries and the way countries perceive themselves and perceive others. And if one looks at the tension that exists today, the geostrategic tension, it is clear that the best way to build trust is to help countries move from 6 to 2. To help countries understand what the others think about themselves and what the others think about their interlocutors, and to try to bridge this gap. And this is an effort in which we all need to be involved. It's not only a matter for superpowers, it's a matter for everybody. We need to be involved in making sure that realities and perceptions match, because only making realities and perceptions meet, we will be able to rebuild trust. And we need to rebuild trust among countries, and we need to rebuild trust in societies, between people and political establishments, between communities, between different religion obediences. It's indeed a central question of our work, and I can promise I will do everything possible to make it happen. Africa is a priority because of the resolutions, and is a priority because of my own personal commitment since many, many years ago. If we fail in Africa, we fail in the world, both in peace and security and in development. We must make sure that through more enhanced cooperation with the African Union and sub-regional organizations, and through strongly advocating for effective solidarity with Africa, we are able to help respecting African leadership in the solution of African problems, to help Africa to move forward in relation to the different challenges that we face. And there, the question of peace building that you mentioned is essential. I mean, one of my main concerns, and one of the things where we are making progress in our reform, is exactly bringing together the whole of peace continuum, from prevention to peacemaking, to peace building, to peacekeeping, to peace building, to long-term recovery and development, and this is something that I believe is working more and more. DPPA and DPO are more and more interconnected, but we need now to strengthen the links with the development part, human rights part, and make that capacity to work together, put it at the service of African institutions and African countries. The distinguished representative of the civil society, the foundation, first of all, do we need new bodies? I have to say that, and namely about there is a UN program in human security. There has been in the past several suggestions of new bodies. For instance, I remember Jacques Delors with his suggestion of Economic and Social Security Council, which of course would include the questions of human security, and in which I believe his idea was that a number of permanent members that are basically the G20 today, but then representatives of different areas of the world without veto power, would be able to do an effective coordination not only of the UN system but also of the international financial institutions and other key instruments in order to have an effective global response to development challenges. And In between, we created the Human Rights Council, and of course we need to be able to strengthen its financing. I did not mention it in the response to the European Union, and indeed one of the problems we face is difficulties in increasing our budget in relation to the different bodies of the human rights system, and I appeal to member states to facilitate that. But I believe that independently of the creation of new bodies, we need to do everything possible to strengthen the action of the present bodies in promotion of human security. And a lot can be done in the Security Council, a lot can be done in the General Assembly, a lot can be done in ECOSOC, and a lot can be done in the Human Rights Council, a lot can be done in the way we work together, these bodies work together, and in the way the Secretariat serves these bodies to allow them to be more effective. Distinguished representative of the Institute for Justice, I have to say that one of my main concerns since the beginning has been to improve our capacity in relation to sexual exploitation and abuse of peacekeepers and at other entities of the UN. We came a long way. We have now victims advocates at global level and in the main peacekeeping operations. We have a victim-centered approach. We are increasing the mechanisms of internal accountability and pushing member states to assume their accountability. And for instance, in questions of paternity, the central question is for member states to force their citizens and to peacekeepers to assume paternity when that paternity is discovered, and to accept the forms of diagnostic that allow for that paternity to be discovered. And we still have a lot of resistance from member states, but we are very much in line with making sure that we move forward on that. We have now a large number of countries that accepted to be champions on these. We have global compacts signed with many peacekeeping countries that are improving their performance, but there is still a long way to go. And obviously in situations that are remote and in which there is a difference of power, unfortunately, we see sexual harassment and we see other forms of harassment. And we need to do everything possible to fight it. And I have to say that a lot of training has happened in peacekeeping countries in relation to their troops. A lot of performance indicators have been put in place in relation to that. So it's work in progress. We need to move. We need to do more. We need to move more strongly in relation to what you mentioned, accountability, and particularly also in relation to paternity. But we are working hard in that direction, and we don't intend to give up.
I thank His Excellency Antonio Guterres for the replies. We have finalized the third round of interactive exchange with member states and the civil society. I would like to announce that I have 33 speakers remaining on my list. And according to the resolution, I do not have the authority to go further than 3 hours. So we'll try the interactive exchange rounds as much as time permits. As I also would like to remind member states to be concise, not exceeding 2 minutes for individual delegations and 3 minutes for groups. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Cabo Verde, which is followed by Guyana, Cameroon, Armenia, and Japan. The floor is Cabo Verde's.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Secretary General, it is for me, in representation of Cabo Verde, an honor and a privilege to be part of this interactive session and address you in your capacity as candidate for your own succession for the term 2022-2026. Of course, we step in your widely recognized legacy during the first term. Mr. Secretary General, you start your vision for the second term with the reaffirmation of the Charter of the United Nations. Article 1, paragraph 4 of the Charter stipulates, and I quote, "The purpose of the United Nations are to be a center for the harmonizing the actions of nations in attainment of these common goals." End of quote. These common goals referring namely to the pursuit of peace and security, international cooperation for economic, social, and cultural progress, human rights, and so on. For me, the paragraph enshrines the definition and the essence of the multilateralism. You also said that today international cooperation has been put to the test as seldom before. In particular, the purpose of multilateralism has been questioned, and that we face a deep paradox. International cooperation is more necessary than ever, but frequently more difficult to achieve. My question is, with those challenges in view, how do you intend to use the leverage of your re-election of Secretary General to engage the United Nations and its member states in a more effective multilateralism that can deconstruct the paradox you mentioned, and in particular to deliver to the most needed countries and peoples, such as small island developing states, middle-income countries, and LDCs in general, and leaving no one behind. Top priorities have been mentioned: vaccine access to all. I used to say, I need to vaccine my islands to reopen the economy and to welcome vaccinated tourists. Adaptation to climate change, recovery and build forward better, and of course, affordable funding for which an MVI is a pathway for the solution. I thank you for your attention.
I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Guyana.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. Secretary General, Guyana joins in expressing its appreciation for the manner in which you have led our organization over the last 4 years. Mr. Secretary General, you have rightly put prevention in all its aspects, from conflicts, climate change, to poverty and equality, as a priority in your agenda, and we agree that it should be. We have seen funding for emergencies steadily increasing, from 17 billion in 2019 to 36 billion in 2021. Even without the pandemic, the trajectory was upward. In the revitalized prevention agenda that you mentioned, do you see an increased focus on addressing the root causes of conflict, hence investing more in development as part of the prevention agenda, which may reduce the humanitarian needs and the political interventions? In other words, dealing with the root causes and not just the symptoms. Secondly, Mr. Secretary General, it is anticipated that the liquidity crisis of the organization may worsen, given that several member states are dealing with severe economic challenges as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. What are your thoughts on how the organization can successfully navigate the liquidity crisis to ensure mandate implementation? I thank you.
I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Cameroon.
I thank you, Mr. President. You invite us to be brief, I will. But let me first of all to address some kind words to the Secretary General. Mr. Secretary General, some 5 years ago, you performed the first set of your reform. And it happened that I was the one coordinated to create the consensus around it. I'm very glad to see that you have yielded some tangible result. And on the basis of that tangible result, Mr. Secretary General, you really have a reason to say that you are seeking another term in order to finish the work well done so far. We wish you well and your family. We support you. We could say that as Cameroon, in the Secretary General, we trust. That's it. Secondly, Mr. Secretary General, what is at stake now is not the vision, you have it. It's not even the general strategic orientation, you have it. It's not even around this strategic orientation, some goals, targets, even means of indicator of achievement, you have it. What is at stake now is really the challenge of the environment of implementation of what you have, and also the means of implementation. Concerning the environment of implementation, as you mentioned it very well in your statement, we are facing a very difficult context, permanently changing, fragile and complex, characterized by lack of political will, mistrust, and also lack of really active solidarity. Question, Mr. Secretary General, while you are seeking for a second term, how could you, after all, you are one of the people from which we need to say that they make things happen. So the question will be now to find out how you could strive to the maximum extent possible to make things happen within the boundary of this political challenge context, as I mentioned. So could you have another indication of what you can provide? Second, the means of implementation. You have two key instruments, the program plan and the program budget. The program plan is under construction. Do you have another orientation for the changing of the program plan? On the budget, you know that the level of the budget, which is very small, you know also that the way they deliver the budget, not in time, not in full, not without condition. You know also that the structure of the budget, extra resource budgetary versus budgetary resources, core versus non-core, will fragilize the budget. This is a problem. Do you envisage other reform on this instrument, Mr. Secretary General? Also on your workforce, which is the personnel. You and your predecessor used to say that this is the first asset of the organization. Are you envisaging other reform on this asset, for instance, concerning the geographical distribution of position? You already mentioned it, but since the formula of distributing the post now, which is called desirable range, is not changed, we will not go far away. Are you envisaging any possibility to changing the formula in terms of increasing the number of posts submitted to geographical distribution, in terms of changing the weight for the criteria contribution, member state and population, contribution? Are you envisaging something? Also, what will you do, Mr. Secretary General, for the racism and unbiased, unconscious bias within the Secretariat in order to have zero tolerance as far as racism is concerned? And also, on the workforce, how are you going to protect the personnel against the COVID in order to have the full capacity of operation? Those are certain questions I want to pose to you. The challenge, as I say, is not anymore the vision and so. The challenge is environment of implementation, but the challenge also is means of implementation. Could you assure us that you will strive to the maximum extent possible, Mr. Secretary General? I thank you.
I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Armenia.
Thank you. And I want to thank His Excellency Antonio Guterres for presenting his vision statement and for his leadership of our organization in many areas, ranging from human rights and empowerment of women to climate change, prevention efforts, and measures to address COVID-19 pandemic. The outbreak of the pandemic has been indeed detrimental to international efforts for peace, development, and human rights, exacerbating divisions, conflicts, and other vulnerabilities. Secretary General, as you rightly mentioned in your vision statement, we have reached an important inflection point in history, a genuine moment of truth with a central question remaining: prevention in all its aspects. Armenia was among the first member states extending its full and unequivocal support for your appeal for an immediate global ceasefire last year, an important prevention initiative itself. Yet despite the calls for international solidarity and appeals for observing global ceasefire, the past year has seen an unprecedented level of violence, war and human suffering in our region, where brutal use of force and destruction disrupted the decades-long efforts for peace. The ability of the organization for an effective response in situations of atrocity crimes and emergencies is crucial for ensuring that the pledge to leave no one behind goes beyond declaration. Regrettably, quite often such a response is hindered, procrastinated, and even manipulated due to the intricacies of politicized nature, leaving thousands of people in isolation from international humanitarian action. I would like to ask you, Secretary General, once in your second term, what measures you intend to take to strengthen the capacities of the organization, to effectively identify and respond to early warning signs of atrocity crimes, and to make sure that urgent international humanitarian action is available to the affected people in situations of armed conflicts and in the aftermath of military hostilities. I thank you.
I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Japan.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Guterres, for providing your views on human security in response to the question from the civil society. In Japan's understanding, COVID-19 is a human security crisis threatening the lives, livelihood, and dignity of all individuals. The response to it has to be comprehensive, cross-sectoral, and focusing always on people. We're always encouraged by your consistent emphasis on the interconnectedness of issues and on the need for stronger nexus in the organization. So my question is, we would very much appreciate it if you could share your views for a more strengthened nexus among the different departments of the Secretariat, as well as other funds and programs, agencies, the parts of UN family. Secretary General's leadership is essential for that strengthened nexus. CEB can be instrumental, but what other concrete measures could be taken in to strengthen the delivery of services by the UN organization, delivering as one, if you are elected for the second term? Thank you.
I now give the floor to His Excellency Antonio Guterres to respond to the fourth round of questions raised by member states.
I'd like to thank the distinguished permanent representative of Cabo Verde.
Thank you very much, distinguished representative of Cabo Verde, for your intervention. Now, in relation to your concern, I mean, how to make multilateralism more effective. Of course, I mentioned what I mentioned in relation to what could be enhanced governance accepted by member states or promoted by member states in relation to those global commons that we believe correspond to the biggest fragilities of the international community. And we could talk about climate, we could talk about pandemics, and we could talk about several other aspects. But I would say that there are things, this of course will take time, but there are things we can do. And one thing is obviously the trust. I mean, I'm not going to repeat what I said. If there is mistrust among actors, it's very difficult to make things work. But one of the instruments that we are pushing for, and I think we have managed to go a long way, but we have still a lot to do, is the networking between the UN system, international financial institutions. When one looks at prevention, when one looks at response, when one looks at climate, when one looks at inequality, more and more we need to make sure that our cooperation with the World Bank, with the IMF, with the different regional development banks increases in a way in which their tools and their instruments are in line with the objectives the international community defines with the UN system. And the problem is that each organization has its board, each organization has its own decision-making processes, but there is a very good cooperation with the secretariats that work together very well, but we are not yet there in relation to an effective coordination of the UN system and the other international financial institutions. We have a lot of goodwill. We had just 2 days ago, again, with Kristalina Georgieva, David Malpass, excellent human cooperation, but we still have mechanisms that are mechanisms in which it's difficult to articulate things. To network more and more and to network the decision-making processes is, I think, the way to go. I would like to thank the Distinguished Representative of Guyana. Exactly what I try to say is that prevention must be more and more comprehensive and holistic, and addressing root causes instead of just dealing through mediation, through political contact with actors, with crises that are already emerging. And so, obviously, the central question in prevention is to address fragility. And this is one of the areas where I believe a lot of progress is being made and it needs to be intensified in our relations that I mentioned with international financial institutions to make sure that more and more the World Bank, the IMF support countries in fragility, more and more address through their programs, and we are working on that effectively in a number of situations, address through their programs the aspects that are relevant for root causes in development, in climate, and in others. Liquidity crisis, I have to say that we have had a very difficult situation. Things look better now because we have had a substantial change in relation to the US administration contributions. And we have other good news that have happened with Brazil and with several other countries. So I think that we are now in a better situation than what we were. Of course, we are very worried with the impacts that might exist in relation to countries that are dramatically impacted by the present crisis. And we will be doing everything possible to keep the pressure to maintain and to facilitate the instruments to maintain payments. For instance, an example, Iran wanted to pay, Venezuela wanted to pay. They had difficulties because of the sanctions. So we are doing everything we can to facilitate those things and to make sure that we address all the problems of liquidity that we had. But at the same time, I'm quite happy to say that in our management, and the budget management is now so effective that we were able to address the challenges of the crisis of liquidity without undermining key aspects of our mandate. There were some losses here and there, but we really acted with a very strict control of expenditure that allow us to keep our main commitments with paying salaries and other aspects in full, and at the same time to limit as much as possible the negative impact on mandates. But that as an effort that it would be very difficult to continue. And I also would remind member states of the fact that we made some proposals to give us more flexibility in budget management, and I hope those proposals will be reconsidered again in the future. Cameroon, I would like to first of all thank the distinguished President of Cameroon. He was President of the Fifth Committee, and his role was absolutely essential to make several of the reforms move forward, and I'm very grateful for that. Now, you are absolutely right. The questions are environment and means of implementation. In the environment, again, the central question is to improve trust and to make sure that member states come together and overcome their differences, and that it is possible to have a better understanding of member states. And from our side is to increase transparency and accountability. There's been two main priorities I've had, and they will remain and will do even better, I hope, in relation to transparency and accountability, to facilitate trust of member states in relation to the Secretariat. We need to improve the program plan, I fully agree. And in relation to the budget, there are several outstanding questions to be discussed. First, the regular budget is very limited, so many things are funded through extraordinary contributions, and many of those things are core. So I would recommend member states to consider the possibility to have more core functions funded through the regular budget. On the other hand, it is very important to make sure that there is a good coordination in the action of the different bodies of the UN to improve the capacity for us to manage the budget with more flexibility, to be more effective, especially in situations of scarcity, as it was the case recently. Now, personnel, there is now a limited number of geographic posts. We would be very happy to see that number increase. But we are not only using the criteria I mentioned in relation to geographic posts. And the criteria based on population and the contributions probably are not the only ones. We are ready to participate with member states in a serious discussion on that. But we are taking measures in relation to the other posts in the compacts of the managers to guarantee that a more equitable geographic distribution is reached. And indeed, we are managing it. We are moving in that direction, but of course, the numbers are not many because, as you know, there was the problem in the past, the problems of retirement and the problems of liquidity. I hope that now it will be possible to accelerate this rebalancing. The unconscious bias, it's very central in our concerns. Zero tolerance about gender, zero tolerance about racism. And one of the key questions of racism is exactly the generation of unconscious bias in the way the management of personnel might exist. And this is very central to our concerns. And in relation to the COVID, I have to say that I think we were very effective in helping, and the case in New York was paradigmatic, helping to avoid the UN to be a center of transmission. On the other hand, in relation to vaccines, we have asked all member states to vaccinate UN staff, and we have acquired, with the problems that are now about supply, as you know, the procurement undermined by the fact that several purveyors have limitations by their own states in relation to exports. But we have bought vaccines to guarantee that all our staff, I have also donations in relation to our staff, and so very much committed to vaccinate everybody. And also in relation to treatment, we have improved our capacity of treatment, bringing together all the agencies of the UN and the IOM to serve everybody at the same time. We created centers of treatment in several countries, and we have created a very effective Medivac operation that is doing every day its work. So we really put a lot of investment in making sure that our personnel was effectively treated, and that it is also effective protected. I would like to thank the distinguished representative of Armenia. First of all, early warning. I don't think our problem is in early warning. We have different mechanisms to detect things. The problem is in early action. And there we still have a lot of problems and a lot of difficulties, and some of them are related to decision-making process in the Security Council. But we are committed to improve our early warning systems exactly by bringing together the different components I mentioned in prevention, which means the political and diplomatic component, the development component, human rights component, the climate component, and to make sure that we have an holistic approach to detect early warning mechanisms. And in between, we have created in our country teams and in the coordination of country teams a number of mechanisms that are working, and that with the Executive Committee have allowed us to detect situations quite on time, not always having the instruments to act on them. And humanitarian access is a key priority for us. We are advocating in all circumstances for unlimited humanitarian access from all sources, cross-border, cross-line, to make sure that we have all the possibilities to achieve all people in need in the most dramatic circumstances, and strongly appealing to all actors to respect the principles of independence, impartiality and neutrality and needs-based action that are the principles of humanitarian action. Japan, I would like to thank the distinguished representative of Japan. Indeed, it is a human security crisis. We have today an executive committee that this was an innovation that has proved to be quite effective in bringing together the different pillars. And we have also changed the nature of the senior management group and the nature of the chief executive board. But what we are doing is concrete steps of integration. Integration of missions with the country teams, integration in the work of the different bodies. But I recognize that having made a lot of progress in relation to the coordination in the peace and security pillar, a lot of progress in relation to coordination in the sustainable development pillar, we still need to improve the links between the two and the links with the human rights pillar to be fully effective, and this is a key aspect of the next stages of reform.
I thank His Excellency Antonio Guterres. I start the fifth interactive exchange now. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Singapore, followed by South Africa, Brazil, Croatia, Nigeria. The floor is Singapore.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I want to thank Mr. Guterres for his vision statement and for his various remarks this morning. Mr. Guterres, you have provided many of the answers to the questions that I had in mind, so I have no question specifically. We are very satisfied with your vision statement, and we have every confidence in your leadership. While I have no question today, I have a message, and my message is a very simple one. Please, Mr. Guterres, please continue to be an advocate and an activist for small countries of the world. We know that you have been a champion of the weak and vulnerable, and I'd like very much for you to continue this role of being on the lookout for the smallest countries in our system, for the small states, to support them, and to put it simply, small countries have big needs, and small countries also have big expectations of you for your second term. There's been a lot of discussion about the multilateral system and what makes for an effective multilateral system. Certainly, there needs to be a degree of convergence and cohesion and trust among the major players. That is necessary, but it is not in itself sufficient to create a multilateral system that is effective, credible, and most of all, legitimate. I think for an effective multilateral system, we need an inclusive system that includes the participation of the smallest countries, of the small nations of the world, and a system that treats them with respect and equality. And as you know, Mr. Secretary General, we have the honor as Singapore to convene a group that is called the Forum of Small States. You have been very accessible to us in reaching out to the forum and speaking with our members. We thank you for your support. We thank you for being an activist and an advocate on behalf of the small states. Please continue to do that. You can count on the support of Singapore, and I think also on the support of many of us here. We wish you all the best for your second term. Thank you very much.
I give the floor to the distinguished representative of South Africa.
Presentation today, which we find very insightful, and for your vision statement that you shared with us, and again for the responses that you have provided so far, answering many of the questions that we had. We join others to commend you on your leadership over the last few years, a period that was challenging from a number of perspectives. And we also share the perspectives, the priorities that you have outlined. We agree that the recovery from COVID-19, ensuring that no one is left behind, no country is left behind, is the biggest challenge of the international community. As we recover from the pandemic, we also ought to hasten the implementation of the 2030 Agenda and the goals therein. And more than ever now, we require multilateralism that delivers. We need strong international cooperation in all pillars of the work of the UN: human rights, sustainable development, and peace and security. The immediate challenge is that of the distribution of vaccines on an equitable basis, ensuring that all over the world, those who need them get them. We appreciate your strong political support in this regard. And South Africa and India proposed a COVID-19 specific waiver from the TRIPS agreement of the WTO. We appreciate the recent announcement by the US, and we hope that other countries will do the same. I have two questions for you, Secretary General. At the 2019 Nelson Mandela International Lecture, you called for a new social contract and a new global deal. What practical measures do you think we need to take, both at an international organization level and for member states, to achieve these ideals? What potential risks do you see in the quest for these ideals? The second question, you also talk of the need for new agreements, for instance, for regulating cyberspace, artificial intelligence, and other frontier issues. How do you see these agreements structured as compared to the many others that already exist on other areas of international cooperation? Will these new agreements follow the same format, or can they be envisaged differently? I thank you.
Give the floor to the distinguished representative of Brazil.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for convening this session. We are grateful to you, Mr. Secretary General, for your willingness to put your name forward for a second term and for your commitment to transparency by taking part in this dialogue, helping to uphold the progress achieved by the General Assembly Revitalization Resolution, which resulted in this inclusive and open process first implemented 5 years ago. Your leadership has been crucial for the UN to face the challenges of the past 4 years, some of them unforeseen, such as the present pandemic, all the while recognizing that the organization can go no further and no faster than the will of its member states. You have timely proposed a global ceasefire so that humankind could fight together its common enemy, the virus. You have also launched the Verified campaign, spreading awareness and sound information to more than 1 billion people. We welcome your efforts towards the UN development system reform. The resident coordinator system has the potential to enhance coherence among United Nations development entities with a view to strengthening support to the 2030 agenda. Reinvigorated UN country teams open the door to a more effective, efficient, transparent, and result-oriented organization, ready to support countries and their priorities on the path to the Sustainable Development Goals. My 2 questions are, firstly, how could we better consolidate the improvements we have achieved, and how do you see the reformed UN development system in the next 5 years? And secondly, how can this process of reform increasingly ensure that the needs and priorities of beneficiary countries are placed front and center of the work of the UN development system, including in implementing Agenda 2030? Thank you very much.
I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Croatia.
Mr. President, distinguished candidate, thank you very much for this opportunity for the interactive discussion contributing to the inclusivity and transparency of the process of election of the Secretary General. And now to the question for the candidate. You mentioned that everything is interconnected and that we need 3 UN pillars, security, development, and human rights, to work together to improve prevention. How to put more together these 3 pillars in the area of atrocity crimes prevention? Can annual General Assembly debates and your reports on responsibility to protect, especially recommendations they contain and their implementation, be helpful in this regard? Thank you.
I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Nigeria and my predecessor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for your leadership and for bringing us to this very important interactive engagement with candidates for the position of UN Secretary General, as you did with candidates yesterday for the position of PGA. I would like to thank the Secretary General in his capacity now as candidate for the position of Secretary General for his disposition to do the job, to continue to serve us. I would like to start by aligning my statement with that of NAM, presented by Algeria and African Group when it does so. Indeed, Mr. President, this task of interaction is made far easier, not only by the vision statement, which is comprehensive, and also the statement orally presented this morning, but especially because the candidate is not auditioning for the job. He has done the job brilliantly for the last 4.5 years. There is no question about his sterling qualities of leadership, which we have seen in terms of his intellectual rigor, integrity and fidelity to the Charter, capacity to manage our common affairs, as evidenced even lately by his leadership in bringing the global community together to give a coherent response to the pandemic. Indeed, Mr. President, for Nigeria and for many of us, 2030 is key to the vitality and relevance of this organization. And both as PR of Nigeria and also as PGA, I've had deep conversations with the candidate who, in his capacity as Secretary General, had shown not only an understanding of the totality of it, but perhaps personal to me, his appreciation of the connections of poverty, inequality, and lack of education to the lack of dignity, which is really the root of all the issues at the center of 2030 agenda. Indeed, Mr. President, I would like to say that most of the questions I wanted to raise have been raised around the issue of prevention, which have been well answered, as well as the issue of trust, and of course, his own really sense of fairness and justice. But to just say that I would like to still ask that if you can say a bit more about an issue that is also very important to the continent and to Nigeria, which is countering terrorism. If we can have a bit more of his reflection concerning how to better continue the work, including funding, in my view, from UN contributions of counterterrorism efforts for all of us. This is really important. I would like to conclude, Mr. Chairman, by restating that in light of the sterling qualities of the candidate and the tremendous service he has given to the organization, and in light of his work in relation to our fight relating to COVID and the necessity to continue the work with more vigor post-COVID for recovery for all of us, Nigeria is fully supportive of this candidature. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
I now give the floor to His Excellency Antonio Guterres to respond to questions of the fifth round of interactive dialogue raised by member states.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. First, let me thank the distinguished President of Singapore for his intervention and to say how much I cherish the cooperation with small states, the Forum of Small States. It has been, I think, a solid pillar of the multilateral character of this organization and of the principle of equality among all member states. And I usually say in the meetings that it's not usually from small states that we have problems. So I think that you can be fully aware of my enormous respect and admiration for the work of the Forum and for your personal work presiding the Forum and your dynamism and your leadership that has been extremely, extremely important. And I can only underline what you said about the need to be inclusive and to take into account the small states and the equality of small states. I'd like to thank the distinguished President of South Africa. Indeed, I was privileged to make this Nelson Mandela conference. And I have to say that my last holidays in which I could travel as a tourist, I ended those holidays in the jail of Nelson Mandela, where Nelson Mandela was in Cape Town, in the island in front of Cape Town. And this is something I will never forget, and this is a moment that will guide my life because it is an extraordinary example of dignity, forgiveness, and solidarity that we all should bear in mind. Now, the new social contract we look at as a need to reestablish confidence between political establishments and people, between people and governments. And it has to do with how education and how connectivity can be an equalizer to address the dramatic inequalities of our time. Quality education, lifelong learning, education for women and girls, the problems of early stages and the way education is a form that facilitates inclusion and equality. But then the question of the labor market, the questions related to social protection, social security, the priorities of social security and social protection, the questions related to universal health coverage. I mean, all those aspects are aspects that should, taking into account also the technological evolution, that should allow for a review of the social contract to reestablish trust between governments and people, governments and civil society. And this, of course, to be effective, because of the lack of resources of many countries in the world, needs to have a new global deal in which a redistribution of resources, a redistribution of power and the redistribution of technological capacities is done to allow the developing countries to have social contracts that are fully meeting the aspirations of their peoples. And this is where a lot needs to be done, and this is where I see the UN in its global advocacy, and the UN in our country team supporting governments, and the UN with a voice claiming for justice in international relations and for more equality in those international relations. The new agreement on frontier issues. I think there are areas that need international law, intergovernmental processes leading to international law. For instance, I would be very happy if we could see a ban on autonomous weapons generated by artificial intelligence in which there is no human control. But there are areas where, on the contrary, we need soft forms of regulation that require a dialogue between the different stakeholders, the governments, but also the civil society, the scientists, the businesses involved in those areas, as we did with our high-level panel on digital cooperation, and as we have in different areas of our roadmap. The capacity to determine what are the red lines that should not be crossed, the capacity to determine what are the protocols that should be put in place, and the flexibility to adapt them to a permanent transformation of technologies. So a combination of multi-stakeholder approaches where those are the ones that make sense, to intergovernmental process to address the needs of new international law and international frameworks is what I believe we need. And for that, what the UN can be is a platform where all can come together and all can discuss how to move forward and then support intergovernmental processes, but also support the forms of more dynamic dialogue. Distinguished President of Brazil, thank you very much for your words. And I would say that indeed a lot has been achieved through the reform of the Sustainable Development System. If you allow me a little bit of propaganda, 91% of host governments indicate that the UN is now more relevant to their country's development needs. 77% recognize that the system works in a more collaborative way. 88% indicate that resident coordinators effectively lead UN country teams. 79% that resident coordinators have sufficient prerogatives to fulfill their mandate. 92% resident coordinators have ensured the coherent UN response to the COVID-19 pandemic. 92% agree the new cooperation frameworks have enabled them to effectively address and respond to national priorities, and 87% indicate the UN presence is adequately tailored to their priorities. And this is related to the second part of your question. So we need to enhance this reform. We need to clarify some aspects of uncertainty, namely in relation to the financing of the reform. And we need to link this reform to the others, and especially integration with missions, and especially integration with the peace and security and with human rights pillar. And we need to enhance the country ownership. I am encouraged by these indicators, but the UN system in country level is at the support of the country, support of the government of the country, support also of the society of the country, to make sure that there is full country ownership in the implementation of the Agenda 2030. Croatia, my answer is yes. Yes, of course. And I think there is a progress in the way the responsibility to protect is being understood. There was in the beginning this confusion. The responsibility to protect was about intervention. Now we know that there are different stages, and those different stages are very important, allowing for a lot of progress to be made in prevention and in detection of early risks to be able to avoid those situations that you mentioned in which atrocity crimes in the end are committed. So we will be fully committed to move forward with our responsibilities on this. I would like to express to the Distinguished President of Nigeria, first of all, my gratitude. It was a privilege and an honor to work together with you during your mandate as President of the General Assembly. And I cannot, I would say, minimize the extraordinary contribution that you gave in a very difficult period that we faced. It was the full impact of the COVID, and I'm extremely grateful for your leadership and for your absolutely impeccable cooperation. Now, Counterterrorism. I think there are two dimensions on this. What we can do by ourselves, and I think there was a lot of progress with the creation of Office of Counterterrorism. We have now a number of initiatives that have moved forward. We have now yearly summits of the counterterrorism authorities of different countries, but also with the participation of the civil society. We have created focal points in all departments. We have a compact, a global compact on counterterrorism involving the whole of the UN system to support member states. And our operational activities have been multiplied by 3. In this period, thanks to the Office of Counterterrorism and also thanks to the center that Saudi Arabia's permanent representative has been chairing the respective board. So I think that there has been a lot of progress, but of course the needs are incrementing and are extremely difficult. And then there is a second dimension, which is, okay, but how to fight counterterrorism? There is a dimension of addressing root causes in which the whole UN system is involved, it must be involved, support member states, but then you have to fight terrorist groups. And there, I have to say, there is still a long way to go. And I've been advocating, namely in the African context, and we have the Lake Chad region, where, of course, Nigeria is directly impacted, with, I would say, your multinational task force has had very little support from the international community. I still believe that in peace enforcing and counterterrorism operations, we should have clear mandates on Chapter 7 of the Security Council and forms of assessed contributions or predict other forms of predictable funding to allow the African Union and other African regional forces to be able to be much more effective and supported, much more effective because much more supported in addressing the dramatic challenge of terrorist organizations. Of course, we have Lake Chad, we have the Sahel, we have Somalia, but now we have Mozambique, we have Eastern DRC. So this is a growing problem that needs a much more effective response.
Because of the time limitations, we will try to have another round, but I'll announce only 3 country names and see if there's time, then I'll announce another 2. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Turkey, followed by Chile and Morocco.
And thank you for convening this informal interactive dialogue. I would like to express our appreciation to Mr. Guterres for his tireless efforts in his first term as Secretary General to meet the major challenges facing humanity. I also would like to commend him for his achievements so far on gender parity. During the last 5 years, the United Nations has come a long way under his wise leadership. Turkey has actively supported Secretary General's initiatives and ideas towards reforming United Nations system. My country will continue to support you, Mr. Secretary General, in your endeavors to adopt the United Nations to the new realities of our ever-changing world in your second term. Mr. Secretary General, the COVID-19 pandemic has been a litmus test for the UN and exposed the systemic vulnerabilities of our multilateral system. The pandemic has created a global crisis which calls for a better coordination among different components of the multilateral system. We know how the World Health Organization failed to deal with the pandemic effectively. I also know that there is a coordination system available, the Chief Executive's Board for Coordination under your chairmanship that should convene twice a year. But I believe that your coordination role should be strengthened. And I would like to hear from you what you think about the lack of coordination among different components of the international system and what should be done to empower the Office of the Secretary General. Thank you.
I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Chile.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. My delegation would like to highlight the importance of today's meeting. we have witnessed and seen a slew of questions. But what is most critical is the valuable responses we've heard from Secretary General Guterres. I also wanted to underscore the high turnout of ambassadors and permanent representatives, and in many cases DPRs, because for quite some time now we haven't had so many of them in this room. It just shows the seriousness attached by our members to the appointment of Secretary General, and we know the skill, experience, and authority that Secretary General Guterres brought to his responses to the questions that my colleagues have asked. There have been many of them, and they've been very varied. Therefore, I won't reiterate what my delegation had intended to ask. I just wanted to stress the importance of the issue of international cooperation and digitalization to reduce the social and economic inequalities that the Secretary General referred to in some of his responses. And I also wanted to strengthen and stress and commend the Secretary General on his work on achieving gender equality here in the organization. But it seems to me that there's still some work to be done on more equitable geographic representation here in the organization, and we do know that the Secretary General's vision statement mentions that he will continue work in this area. We really are grateful for this opportunity, and we congratulate the Secretary General for his 4.5 years in office, and it is our hope that we will see more of him in the next, more of this kind of work in the next 5 years. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Morocco.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. President. The questions I prepared were already asked and answered by the Secretary General, so I'll just limit myself to a number of comments for the Secretary General and also comments for the candidate, Antonio Guterres. Secretary General, first of all, I would like to congratulate you because he has been the Secretary General of Reform and he checked all of the boxes. And I would like to praise his leadership as regards the reform of the administration, the budgetary reform, the peace and security reform with a new structure of peace operations and the action for peace. I would like to congratulate him on the gender parity at the senior management level. As regards development also, there was a repositioning, a very important reform, the repositioning of United Nations Development System, a mobilization for financing, development, climate change, biodiversity, and the environment. So congratulations, Secretary General. Now, as regards the vision by Mr. Antonio Guterres, here I would like to say, if I can sum up the mission, I would like to say the following. It's a realistic vision with the challenges and opportunities and proposing solutions thereto. It's a forward-looking vision. It's at the same time, it's a very lucid and pragmatic one. And it's a vision which places confidence in reinvigorating multilateralism in organizations, which is vocal, which is active, which was also good, the guardian of the values of the Charter, which is the vision is also a humanistic one. The human being is at the core of its action and in continuation of the reforms put forward by the Secretary General. And it is a vision with leadership and determination, giving the challenges of the 21st century. So when I compare the Secretary General with the candidate, I would like to say that the candidate, Antonio Guterres, is better than the Secretary General, and this is for this reason that we support him. Thank you.
Just to complete the five-country group for this round, I would like to give the floor to Zimbabwe and Qatar as well. The floor is distinguished representative of Zimbabwe.
Because we get two, but
Representative of Zimbabwe. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Qatar.
شكرا لكم السيد الرئيس. نود أن نشكركم.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to thank you, first of all, for having convened this dialogue, which is of great importance as we select and appoint the Secretary General. I would like to also greet Mr. Guterres and congratulate to him the congratulations of the state of Qatar, who supports his candidacy. And we congratulate him on putting himself forward. This should help us strengthen multilateralism within the UN. The Secretary General has worked tirelessly so as to reform the organizations and arrived at specific outcomes. Now, the question I would like to put to the Secretary General is as follows. The pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, has highlighted the various vulnerability we have within our multilateral system. It also showed that the reform was essential if we are to fight future crises, and to do it in particular through the reform of the ECOSOC. So my question is as follows. The upcoming report by the Secretary General on the common agenda and the 12 recommendations which came out of the 75th anniversary, will it take into account the various reforms for the ECOSOC? Thank you.
The distinguished representative of Ireland, the civil society questions will be answered by the Secretary General in a written format.
Very much indeed, President of the General Assembly, and to the Secretary General, and particularly to candidate Guterres, a huge thank you for what you've done for all of us this morning and speaking so directly to us. It's been an excellent morning. You said when you spoke to us earlier, Secretary General, that you had acute responsibilities as Secretary General. Your last question from me is really one of the most acute things I think that we're facing on a daily basis here is the horror of the link between conflict and hunger. We've enabled you partly as a Secretary General with an early warning to the Security Council. You've established a high-level task force, and yet the cycle continues. Insecurity, breeding hunger, a primary driver. What can happen that would enable a future Secretary General in another term to try and end that vicious cycle? What more is needed from us? Thank you.
I'll give the floor to His Excellency Antonio Guterres to respond to the question raised by Member States and to make his final comments.
Sorry. I would like to thank the distinguished President of Turkey for his question. Now, I mean, what you've just said is extremely important. We were able, through the Executive Committee, to create a mechanism, which is an informal mechanism that has worked quite well, allowing not only for the coordination of the departments of the Secretariat, but with the variable geometry, with the key agencies normally coming and being present, a coordination that was extremely instrumental in the articulated response to the COVID by the UN system in all the aspects. I remember all the policy briefs that we produced were produced with the involvement of all agencies, and the Executive Committee was indeed able to coordinate all that effort. And this is something new that was created even before the reform process was immediately created, and has proved good results. But we have agencies in which there is some influence of the Secretary General, even if of course, they have their boards, but we have now the specialized agencies. And in the specialized agencies, I have no authority whatsoever over them. They depend on their boards. And to make things more complicated, their boards are usually boards represented by the specific ministries of governments. And I was Prime Minister. I have to tell you, it was not easy to bring ministers together. I remember in things that are so linked as health and social security, how difficult it was sometimes to bring the two ministries working together. The ministers would cooperate very well, but then, I mean, the ministries would be... So what we see is that there is not a perfect alignment of the orientations of the different boards of the different agencies, And obviously, the responsibles of those agencies feel that their line of responsibility and accountability is towards the boards of the agency, not towards the UN system as a whole. So it would be very important to look seriously into this question, how to create mechanisms of coordination more effective in relation to the specialized agencies, at least at a similar level of the one that we have today with the humanitarian agencies and the development agencies that are now integrated in the UN Sustainable Development System, with forms of coordination that are, of course, soft, but they have proven to be quite effective in the response to the COVID.
I wanted to thank the distinguished representative of Chile for his kind words and say that for the others, the role of Latin America in the organization from the perspective of regional diversity and the role of Spanish as a language is extremely essential. I'm sorry, I'm speaking Portuñol. I don't speak Spanish very well, but I always try as far as possible to speak in such a way that the Spanish speakers can understand what I'm saying.
I would like to thank the distinguished permanent representative of Morocco. In my capacity as Antonio Guterres, I would like to thank him for his very kind words. And as soon as I leave this room, I will convey to the Secretary General the kind words which I am sure will be heartfelt by him, and he will be grateful for your friendship and cooperation, which has been exemplary throughout the mandate. I am quite certain that the Secretary General will express his gratitude and appreciation to you as well.
The distinguished president of Qatar, and to say that indeed the ECOSOC, I had the occasion to respond into one of the questions about some ideas that in the past existed about the reform of the ECOSOC. And I have to say that in my capacity at a certain moment as leader of a political international organization, we presented a proposal very much in line with this, to unify the UN system with international financial institutions and to have the ECOSOC as a chamber in which the coordination of everything could be done. I've learned a lot in life since then. It was more than 20 years ago. I know this would not be easy. But I would be very strongly supportive of strengthening the role of the ECOSOC in all the dimensions of the activities of the ECOSOC, and being, of course, something that's to member states to decide. I will do everything possible to support all the efforts in that direction. And I wanted to say how much I appreciate the leadership that Qatar had as co-facilitator in the resolution that managed to have this miracle of having a 12-point common group of commitments subscribed by all member states of the United Nations. Anger, I have to say, when you have the chance, or horrible chance I had as leader of an organization, UNHCR, to be in areas where I could see dramatic situations of famine. I remember visits in the Sahel, I remember visits at the Ethiopian border with South Sudan. It's horrible, it's unacceptable, it's horrendous. And so I think it's our common obligation to do everything possible to make sure that we give full priority to fighting hunger and full priority to avoid famine. We managed to avoid famine 2 years ago in a number of situations, but we are still with the threat of famine, and there are still people in famine in several areas of the world. It is absolutely unacceptable, and I appeal for political commitment and I appeal for funding support to make sure. WFP is doing a fantastic job on this and very strongly advocating, but very strongly acting. I appeal for everybody to rally behind in order to give political support for access and political support for for priorities in the decisions of the key bodies of the UN, and for financial support to WFP and the other agencies that are involved in addressing the problems of famine and malnutrition, in this case UNICEF and others. Mr. President, I would like to say that I would be delighted to go on, but in any case, if there are other member states that have questions I cannot answer, if the member states can bring those questions to me, I would be ready to not only answer by written, but put them in the I have no website, Secretary General, but I would ask the General Assembly to put in the website of the General Assembly, and together also with the questions of the civil society, because I feel this is a very important dialogue, and obviously it was an impossible mission to have everything in 3 hours, but I am entirely at the disposal of Member States to make sure that no question is unanswered.
We have now come to the end of this informal dialogue. I would like to thank Mr. Antonio Guterres for his participation. I would like to express my appreciation to all participants for contributing to the informal interactive dialogue with a candidate for the position of the United Nations Secretary General. As the Secretary General has mentioned, we have left 10 member countries behind by not giving the floor because of time constraints, but as I will be happy to get those questions, deliver it to the candidate, get his answers, and put it on the website. Same goes to the civil society, where we couldn't have the possibility to give the floor to 4 of the civil society questions. We have already video recorded questions, so I will also pass them to His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, and then they will be also on the website with their answers. Before adjourning, may I kindly request delegates to leave the hall while maintaining physical distancing. I thank you for your cooperation. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you. You did a good job. It wasn't easy, but you answered.